Chapter 1179. The Dragon Valley was filled with green mountains and clear waters, and the roars of dragons could be heard. It made people feel like they were in heaven. After Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo into the hinterland, several dragons that had already taken human form flew towards them. One of them was quite old, with a head full of golden hair, golden beard, golden eyes, and an invisible domineering aura that could make tens of thousands of beasts submit to him. Behind him were handsome men and beautiful women, all of them wearing golden armor, and their eyes were filled with a strong sense of arrogance. Greetings, Dragon King, Crown Prince and Princess. Ling Bo cupped his hands and greeted them respectfully. Ling Xiao also imitated Ling Bo and bowed. This is the junior you mentioned a few days ago? The old Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Bo smiled and said, "That's right. It's him. What do you think, Dragon King?" Dragon King scrutinized Ling Xiao from head to toe and revealed a somewhat surprised expression. His nostrils even twitched a few times, and then his expression became somewhat gloomy. "You've slaughtered my dragons before?" Dragon King questioned Ling Xiao loudly. His voice was so deafening that it made people's ears feel uncomfortable. Ling Bo was a little nervous and said, "Why do you say that, Dragon King?" Dragon King did not answer and only stared at Ling Xiao. Behind him, the Crown Prince and Princess also looked at Ling Xiao warily. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "No, Dragon King. I've never slaughtered a dragon before, but I'm a friend of dragons. My dragons have never seen a friend like you. If you haven't slaughtered a dragon before, how can you have such rich dragon blood and dragon aura? It's impossible to reach this level just by relying on your clan's bloodline." Dragon King said in disbelief. At its level, its thought process was no different from that of humans. It would not easily trust humans. "I think you've misunderstood, Dragon King. The reason why I have such rich dragon blood and dragon chi is because I've entered the dragon transformation pool," Ling Xiao said lightly, releasing all of his aura. A majestic draconic aura began to swirl around his body, and the shadow of a golden dragon continuously roared. His entire body was covered by many dragon scales, but the dragon horns and dragon whiskers on his head did not grow anymore. However, his draconic aura was not any weaker than before, and was even 10 times stronger. When the Crown Prince and Princess, who were behind the Dragon King, saw the changes in Ling Xiao, they were surprised, but there was also a sense of closeness in their eyes. The Dragon King asked, "When did you enter my clan's dragon transformation pool? This is impossible." Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hide anything and told them what happened in the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Sea on the Shenling continent. The Dragon King immediately smiled and said, "Haha, it turns out that the Water Dragon clan is still alive. Good. I thought they had been exterminated by other clans. No wonder you have such dragon blood and dragon aura." Ling Bo breathed a sigh of relief. If Ling Xiao had really slaughtered a dragon before, then bringing Ling Xiao here would be the worst choice. "By the way, do you want to be the Crown Prince of the Dragons? Your physical condition is good enough. I can give you the Dragon Ball and make you the Crown Prince of the Dragons immediately," Dragon King said again. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Dragon King. Ling Xiao has no such thoughts for the time being. If it was before, he might have agreed immediately, but now that he did not need to become a half-dragon, it was better for him to continue to be a human." The Dragon King did not force him and immediately said, "Well, since you have no such intention, then I will not force you. However, you are the guest general of the Water Dragon clan, and the Water Dragon clan and my Golden Dragon clan are of the same origin, then I will also grant you the status of a guest general. In the future, you can enter and leave my clan's land at will, and you can be considered as half a member of my dragons." Before Ling Xiao could agree, Ling Bo, who was at the side, had already happily agreed on his behalf. "Thank you so much, Dragon King." Ling Xiao hurry up and agree. The title of the guest general of the dragons was not so easy to obtain. In the countless generations of the Kim people, only the ancestor of the first generation could have such glory. He did not expect that he would have such an opportunity when he took Ling Xiao on this trip. Even as the clan leader, he was jealous. This meant that Ling Xiao was already a member of the dragons, and it should not be difficult for Ling Xiao to obtain these metal attribute divine objects in the dragons' territory. This was much more convenient than him, the clan leader. "Thank you for your kindness, Dragon King," Ling Xiao replied. Dragon King smiled and said, "You are welcome. Since the Water Dragon King has taken a fancy to you, you naturally have something extraordinary. However, I hope that one day you can persuade the Water Dragon clan to come here. We, the Golden Dragon clan, will arrange a good place for them so that they will not continue to stay in the shrinking East Sea." "Yes, Ling Xiao knows what to do," Ling Xiao replied. "All right, you're a guest official of my clan. Other than this forbidden area, you can go around and see if there are any princes or princesses who are willing to interact with you. I won't stop anyone who wants to follow you to the outside world," said the Dragon King with a wave of his hand. "Dragon King," Ling Xiao said politely again and then prepared to walk around. However, before Ling Xiao left, a princess of the dragons boldly stepped forward and said to Ling Xiao, "Guest General, do you want me to take you around? Seventh sister, let me, your fourth brother, take him for a stroll." Another dragon prince said, "You two stop fighting. Let's all go together and get closer to him. This guest general has entered the dragon transformation pool before, so his dragon blood is not much lower than ours. It would be great if he was one of us," another prince of the dragons said. Immediately after, the princes and princesses of the Dragon King clustered around Ling Xiao and began to stroll around the Dragon Valley. Ling Bo watched this scene with his mouth wide open. He really wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dizzy from old age. The arrogant princes and princesses of the dragons actually brought Ling Xiao away with such enthusiasm. This treatment seemed to be something that no one in their clan had ever received, not even him, the clan leader. In the past, the disciples who were selected to search for the divine dragon protector among the dragons could only use some origin closeness to lure those golden dragons that were not very high level and bring them outside to be nurtured. Even he, the clan leader, did not obtain the intimacy of any true dragon. He only chose a true dragon that had just reached the seventh step, and later on, he gradually nurtured it to a higher level. Someone like Ling Xiao was definitely the only one. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. However, Ling Bo was also very pleased in his heart. To be able to have such an outstanding junior, their relationship with the dragons would only become closer in the future, and they would continue to live this way. These children, it seems like they all want to go out and take a look. Dragon King also revealed a wry smile. True dragons rarely came out. They had always lived in this Dragon Valley. It was not that they liked this kind of life, but that they had no choice. Many true dragons were also extremely eager to go out and take a look. However, under normal circumstances they could not leave the valley, and could only stay with the Kim people. Only then did the Dragon King allow them to leave. This was up to them to choose. After all, they were the closest to the Kim people and were not afraid of the Kim people hurting them. It was just that the crown prince or princess of the dragons usually had their eyes on the top of their heads and were not too close to ordinary humans. Now that it was rare for Ling Xiao to have such a dense dragon blood and dragon chi, he naturally attracted their attention. They also wanted to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would bring them outside to take a look. Ling Xiao strolled around the Dragon Valley with the crown prince and princess. He understood that the space here was very vast, and at the same time, there were many precious divine grasses that accompanied the dragons. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. When he saw something he liked, he asked the crown prince and the dragon lord. As long as they did not have any objections, he would pick it. However, Ling Xiao could not appear to be greedy here, so he only chose a dozen or so stalks. He could already freely enter and exit the Dragon Valley. In the future, as long as he needed it, he could come here to take more. If any of these stalks were to be placed outside, it would definitely make any divine king go crazy. Right now, Ling Xiao was a little vexed. Through getting close to the crown prince and princess, Ling Xiao discovered that they were all eager to go out with him to take a look. It was precisely because of this that he didn't know who to choose to bring out. He wanted to bring all of them out, but that could only be thought of. In the end, Ling Xiao could only leave the decision to them. Whoever obtained the Dragon King's permission would go out with him. Didn't the patriarch say that it would be very difficult to get a true dragon to follow him? Why are they all clamoring to follow me? There's nothing I can do about this good character. Ling Xiao said helplessly in his heart. If these words were heard by the Kim people, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. They wanted to have such a good thing, but Ling Xiao actually felt helpless. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Ling Xiao returned to Ling Bo's side alone. Ling Bo asked in surprise, "Why didn't the crown prince or princess accompany you out?" According to the previous situation, Ling Xiao should be very popular. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "They all want to go out, but how can I bring so many? Let them go and talk to the Dragon King themselves. Whoever can get the approval will accompany me out." Ling Bo's old face twitched a few times. He didn't know what to say. Not long after, a dragon's crown prince rushed over. A smile appeared on his cold face and he said, "In the future, I will protect the guest when you go out, but Royal Father said that I can only protect you for 100 years. After 100 years, other brothers and sisters will protect you." What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was a little confused. The dragon's crown prince explained, "It's not easy for us to go out. The other brothers and sisters also want to go out with you, but Royal Father said that only one of us can go out, so we agreed that each of us will protect you for 100 years. Then we will all have the chance to go out and see." After listening to this explanation, Ling Bo almost wanted to replace Ling Xiao. He shouted in his heart, "I am the dignified patriarch. Why don't I receive such treatment? What's the use of the position of patriarch?" The dragon's crown prince had already made it very clear. Ling Xiao wiped a satisfied smile and said, "That's good. I will let you eat, drink, and play well." Just like that, Ling Xiao brought the 13th dragon's crown prince out of the Dragon Valley. Chapter 1180. The 13th Prince of the Dragons, so Ling Xiao called him 13. Ling Xiao took him around the Dragon Valley and collected many holy and divine herbs before leaving with Ling Bo. If it was an ordinary person, no one would dare to touch the sacred grass or divine grass here. However, Ling Xiao already had a relationship with the dragons and was an alchemist, so Ling Bo naturally wouldn't stop him. After returning to the Kim people's territory, Ling Xiao took 13 back to his mountain peak. Originally, Ling Bo wanted Ling Xiao to show off in front of the other elders, but Ling Xiao refused. He didn't have the time to do such a boring thing. Now that he had made his identity as a divine alchemist public, he had to do his duty and refine more divine pills. On one hand, he could give his clan and the outer sect some explanation, and on the other, he would have some divine pills for urgent use when he went to the profound sky region. This time, Ling Xiao spent more than half a year refining pills. Ling Bo and Ling Chun gave him many divine materials, which was enough for him to refine many divine pills. Many strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the Kim people's territory. At first, the Kim people were very appreciative and amazed. However, as time passed, they became numb to it. They all knew that their clan's great-uncle Ling Xiao was refining divine pills there. They all wished that their great-uncle Ling Xiao would give them some divine Dan beads. That would be great. Inside Ling Xiao's cave, his upper body was bare, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. He was refining the last batch of pills. After half a year of hard work, his knowledge of refining divine pills was as pure as fire. He had also digested all the inheritance of the divine alchemist, so his understanding of the art of alchemy was no less than the supreme divine alchemists. When the last batch of pills was finished, most of the materials in Ling Xiao's cauldron had been used up. However, there were many divine pills in his cauldron. He smiled contentedly. "Now we can go." Ling Xiao was about to come out of seclusion, but after some hesitation, he still took out a dragon-shaped golden dragon fruit. This was the golden dragon fruit. It could allow any god king to reach the peak of the same level and condense dragon chi. Half a year ago in the Dragon Valley, Ling Xiao had obtained the golden dragon fruit, but he hadn't eaten it yet. After all, he had just become a low-level god king, so his god base was not too stable yet. Although this golden dragon fruit could increase his strength, it was not beneficial for his long-term development. Now that half a year had passed, Ling Zhao's god base had stabilized. He was hesitating whether or not to take it right away. That way, he could directly reach peak low-level God King. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before putting away the golden dragon fruit. It might not be a big deal to increase his strength right now, but increasing his strength too quickly made him feel that it was too much of a threat. He might as well wait until he went out and use it when he encountered any trouble. This way, he could achieve an unexpected effect which might be better. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he immediately went to find Ling Bo and gave him a portion of the pills. Ling Bo was overjoyed. Although the Kim people were big and had the support of the outer sect, so they wouldn't be lacking in divine pills, they still had to ask for their help, so they had to look at their faces. On the other hand, it was different for his own people. These divine pills were more comfortable to hold. It's been hard on you for the past half a year. Ling Bo patted Ling Zhao's shoulder and said. Ling Xiao smiled. It can't be said to be hard. I'm already used to it. In fact, pill refining was also a type of cultivation. He could also cultivate the soul-controlling art at the same time, making his soul power even stronger and controlling his soul power attacks more freely. Now, he could already transform his soul power into various powerful attacks, not just a single soul needle. With his soul power, he could even defeat a middle-stage divine king. Ling Bo ordered people to give Ling Xiao a lot of divine crystals. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not refuse, as this was what he deserved. Oh right, Ling Chun from the outer sect has already gotten you the Godly Alchemist's badge. When you have time, go and get it. This will be of great benefit to you when you travel in the heaven realm, Ling Bo said. Godly Alchemist badge? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He really didn't know that there was such a thing in the heaven realm. It should just be a symbol of status. And don't underestimate this badge. This is a unique badge that is certified by the Medicine Alliance of the Tianyuan region. As long as you hold it, you can pass through any spatial formation or realm gate for free. This way, you can save a large amount of divine crystals. Ling Bo reminded. Medicine Alliance Guild? Could it be the #1 power in the heaven realm where the #1 supreme medicine god is? A piece of information flashed across Ling Zhao's mind. He used to read many ancient books, so he had some understanding of the distribution of many powerful forces in the heaven realm. The Medicine Alliance wasn't an ordinary force. They had the best alchemists and also the strongest peak of incipient god realm experts. They were known as the #1 force in the heaven realm. Even the current Kim people and Dragon Gate had a big gap with them. That's right. So you must hold this badge well. When you have a chance, you must go there and see. I believe you will get something, Ling Bo said. Yeah, if I have a chance, I will definitely go there and see, Ling Xiao replied. Then, he told Ling Bo about his upcoming trip. Ling Bo didn't want to restrict Ling Xiao. He said, That's good. You can take 13 to have a look. He's been bored here. Moreover, your identity is different now. It's related to the future of our clan. So, you must bring your protector elder with you. That way you can take care of him. Don't let anything happen to him. Do you understand? Yeah, I know what to do. Of course, I will cherish my life more. Ling Xiao felt warm when he heard Ling Bo's words. All right, go. Ling Bo didn't linger. He waved his hand to let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao quickly returned to the Heavenly Dragon sect. The first thing he did was to rush to the original courtyard. Even though he had moved out, he still had to keep the courtyard for the time being because the people around him were still cultivating in seclusion there. It had been almost a year since Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Shen Yi had been in seclusion. Euro Fei and Sha Tian had successfully reached the demigod king realm. They had already condensed their divine souls. They only needed to continue accumulating divine power to reach the godly king realm. As for Shen Yi, he had broken away from the demigod king realm. He was a low-level godly king. With his brute force, there were few who could rival him. Ling Xiao was very happy to see that they had successfully advanced. So he brought them back to his mountain. After half a year, the mountain had been rebuilt under the leadership of Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He only needed a place that could symbolize his identity. He didn't care too much about it. He had Yu Fei, Sha Tian, and Shen Yi stay here for the time being. He immediately went to report to Ling Chun that he was about to go on a long journey. He also gave him some of the pills as a form of contribution to the sect. When Ling Chun saw Ling Xiao, he immediately smiled and said, "I was just about to send someone to see if you've come out of seclusion, but I didn't expect you to come first. And I just came out of the clan and smoothly handed in my mission. The divine pills here were refined by me in the past 6 months, so it should be considered a contribution to the sect." Ling Xiao took out many divine pills and handed them over to Ling Chun. Ling Chun smiled as he received Ling Xiao's divine pellet, and then handed over a medallion that looked like jade but wasn't jade to Ling Xiao. "This is the Divine Alchemist badge issued by the Medicine Alliance. If you drip a bit of your blood essence into it, you will become the publicly recognized Divine Alchemist of the Medicine Alliance, and you will be able to use any spatial formation or domain gate within the Heavenly Domain continent." Ling Xiao took it and sized it up, then impolitely dripped a bit of blood essence onto the badge. After the badge exuded a warm light for a while, it returned to normal. "It doesn't look like there's anything special about it." Ling Xiao weighed it lightly, muttered to himself, and then put it away. "Actually, you can hang this on your chest. It's even more appealing," Ling Chen suggested. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "Forget it. I'll think about it when I need it." This badge was quite useful. If he were to hang it on his chest and it was destroyed in a battle, wouldn't that be a waste? "Then it's up to you. Tell me that your mountain peak has been set up. If there's anything else you need, tell me and I'll get someone to arrange it for you," Ling Chen said. "There's no need for that, but I want to make a trip to the Profound Sky region in the next few days," Ling Xiao said. "Oh? Do you miss that girl Linger? That's great. Then you should go and see her. When she was taken away by her parents, she kept nagging you. If it wasn't for your sister-in-law accompanying her to the Profound Sky region, I'm afraid she would have to wait for you to come back before she could leave. Your sister-in-law is still a guest at her home, so you should escort her back," Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ling Chun would think of something else. He immediately followed along and said, "All right, I'll definitely escort sister-in-law back when I get there." Ling Chun nodded and sighed. "That girl Xiao Ling has an ethereal body that's rarely seen even in 10,000 years. If you can marry her, it shouldn't be difficult for you to step into the sovereign realm in this lifetime. You should grasp this opportunity well." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't respond to Ling Chen's words. He liked Xiao Ling, but it hadn't turned into love yet. He only treated her as a little sister. All of this had yet to be decided, so Ling Xiao didn't want to force it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the main hall, Ling Chun thought of something and called out to Ling Xiao, "The journey to the Profound Sky region is long, so I'll arrange a few protector elders for you. They're all from our clan. This is what the patriarch told me to do. I'll have them find you at your peak later." Ling Xiao knew that the people in the clan no longer trusted the people in the outer sect, so he needed his own people to protect him. Only then would he feel the safest. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He revealed his alchemist identity to raise his status in the clan and the outer sect. While he needed more resources, he also needed more people to rely on. Because in the Profound Sky region, the Lotus sect had forces that weren't inferior to the Village Cleansing Sword or the Blazing Flame merchants. It wouldn't be easy for him to find someone from there alone. However, it would be different if he had others to help him. He could visit the Lotus sect as a member of the Dragon Gate. Chapter 1181. Ling Xiao returned from Ling Chen's place, but he didn't leave immediately. He went to the Dragon Gate scripture depository again and started to search for information about the mysterious sky region. The mysterious sky region was the weakest among the 5 big regions. The strongest force there was the Black Turtle sect, which wasn't weaker than the Dragon Gate. The Lotus cult was one of the forces that was second only to the Black Turtle sect, which was equivalent to the Sword-Washing Manor and the Divine Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon region. The Lotus cult leader had female disciples as the leader and male disciples as support. It was located in the North Snow region. The Lotus cult leader was also a famous expert in the Heaven territory. There were also incipient God Realm experts in the cult, and there were also many King God Realm experts under their command. After understanding the general situation of the Lotus cult, Ling Xiao prepared some matters and prepared to bring people to the mysterious sky region. This time he planned to bring Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Shen Yuyi with him so that they could see the world. However, before he left, he summoned Sha Tian alone. Sha Tian, the former master of Sha Tian's organization, had reached the strongest realm in the central region. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao, it was also because he followed Ling Xiao that he could reach the demigod king realm from the peak of the saint realm in just a dozen years. His advancement speed wasn't slow. "Greetings, Palace Master?" Sha Tian said respectfully to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao squinted at Sha Tian and said, "No need to be polite. I believe you're about to break my high-level spirit incantation, right?" Sha Tian's expression didn't change. "I don't know what Palace Master is talking about." Ling Xiao's aura suddenly exploded, and the power of a king god directly pressed on Sha Tian's body, forcing Sha Tian to fly backward and hit the stone wall. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat. Ling Xiao's figure flashed as he charged towards Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes finally revealed an emotion that hadn't been seen for many years. However, with his demigod king abilities, how could he escape from Ling Xiao? His throat was already gripped by Ling Xiao. "Don't you know that I can sense the spiritual curse? When you broke through to the demigod king realm, it started to loosen up. Although you didn't get rid of it completely, it can't affect you anymore. How dare you pretend in front of me?" Ling Xiao said with a stern look. Ling Xiao's high-level spiritual curse was only effective on warriors below the Holy Emperor. When they reached the divine realm and condensed their divine soul, they could forcefully get rid of the high-level spiritual curse. Unless Ling Xiao used the soul lock from the last scroll of the spirit-controlling knack, he wouldn't be able to control warriors above the divine king realm. However, Ling Xiao had just learned about the soul lock, so he wasn't very familiar with it. He didn't have the time to redo the soul lock on Sha Tian. The reason why he questioned Sha Tian just now was because he wanted to see if Sha Tian was being honest. He didn't expect Sha Tian to play tricks on him. He could only let him know the consequences of lying to him. Sha Tian couldn't even breathe after his throat was gripped by Ling Xiao. His face turned red and his eyes finally revealed a pleading look. He knew that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He also knew that Ling Xiao's hand was broken. He had been following Ling Xiao all these years, so he knew Ling Xiao's temperament. He was kind to his friends but merciless to his enemies. Ling Xiao didn't have the intention to kill Sha Tian. He threw him to the side and snorted, "Now you know what to do." Sha Tian didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, It's Sha Tian's fault. I shouldn't have lied to you. Please give me another chance. Sha Tian is willing to follow you forever." Ling Xiao glanced at Sha Tian. That sharp gaze of his seemed to have an impact on Sha Tian's heart. He could sense Sha Tian's sincerity. Ling Xiao said faintly, "It's easy for me to control you again. Even if you break through to the God King realm, you still won't be able to break free. I originally wanted to give you a chance to regain your freedom, but you didn't cherish it." Sha Tian revealed an incomparably terrified expression. He kowtowed and said, "Palace Lord, you must believe me. Please give me another chance. I will not betray you. I am willing to swear on my blood." From Ling Xiao's tone, it seemed like he wanted to let him regain his freedom. But now it was ruined by him. Although Ling Xiao wouldn't kill him, if he regained control, his will and thoughts wouldn't be able to escape Ling Xiao's mind. He really didn't want this feeling of being controlled. Looking at Sha Tian, who had already broken his head from kowtowing, Ling Xiao still didn't move. Sha Tian couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. He thought to himself, "Back then, I lost to the evil emperor in one move. But now, I've become his disciple's puppet. Could it be that I, Sha Tian, really have to live like this for the rest of my life? All right, get up. I'll give you another chance. Whether you can cherish it or not will depend on yourself. Of course, if you manage to escape from my control, then I can only blame myself for not being able to judge people well," Ling Xiao said. Sha Tian still had a very promising future. He was once the king of assassins and a palace lord. His potential wasn't any worse than Eurofei's. Giving him back his freedom would also allow him to achieve greater things in the future. If he knew what was good for him, then he would continue to pledge his loyalty. If he didn't, then he shouldn't blame Ling Xiao for being ruthless. Sha Tian didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly change his mind. He immediately kowtowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Many thanks, Palace Lord. Many thanks, Palace Lord." Sha Tian had already given up on the idea of breaking away from Ling Xiao. Although he was once the Palace Lord of Sha Tian, times were different now. The Heaven region was filled with experts. With his current strength, unless he was content to live in one place, he would sooner or later become a dead soul under the sword of others. Ling Xiao's current status was also different. Not only was he a subordinate of Kim people, he was also a high-level elder of Dragon Gate. He had also reached the Divine King realm and possessed the identity of a divine alchemist. All of these were enough for Sha Tian to follow him willingly. He had followed Ling Xiao all these years and knew that Ling Xiao would never mistreat the people around him. He firmly believed that as Ling Xiao's achievements grew, he would also rise. Ling Xiao set off for the profound sky region with 15 people. In this group, apart from Eurofei, Sha Tian, and Shen Yuyi, there was also Chang Haoyou and 11 divine kings. These 11 divine kings were all subordinates of Kim people. The one leading them was a peak divine king called Ling Gang. His strength was second only to Ling Fei. He was even a generation younger than Ling Xiao. However, he was already 10,000 years older than Ling Xiao. He was also a famous existence in the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the remaining 10 people, apart from 4 who were direct descendants of Kim people, the rest were side branches of Kim people. Although they didn't specialize in metal attribute, they were still quite strong. As for Kong Wen and Kong Wu, they were left behind. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't trust them, but that Ling Xiao wanted them to use the divine pills he refined to try and break through to high-level divine king. Ling Xiao had the divine alchemist's badge, so he brought everyone through the various spatial formations for free. If they wanted to rush to the profound sky region, they had to go to the Sky Dragon North region first. Only there was a domain gate leading to the profound sky region. If they wanted to rush there from the Dragon Gate, they would have to pass by the Blazing Flame merchants. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry, so he might as well go to the Blazing Flame merchants to visit Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. At the same time, Eurofei also wanted to know if her master had come looking for her all these years. When he returned to the manor he used to live in, there weren't many people left here. However, the Blazing Flame merchants still kept this manor for him, Ling Xiao. It turned out that Chaiguan, who had obtained the divine pill from Ling Xiao, had already reached the high-level saint level. He was the caretaker who stayed here. Chaiguan, who was in the middle of his cultivation, never expected that Ling Xiao would come again. He immediately knelt down excitedly and said, "Greetings, young master. Get up." Ling Xiao said indifferently, then said, "Looks like you've gained a lot in the past few years. Your strength has improved again. It's all thanks to young master that I can achieve what I have today." Chaiguan said loyally. Indeed, if Ling Xiao hadn't brought him out of Stone Heaven City, he wouldn't be where he was today. There was no doubt that he was grateful to Ling Xiao. "Get up," Ling Xiao said, then said, "Has anyone come to look for Madame in the past few years?" Chaiguan shook his head lightly and said, "No one came to look for Madame, but there were often people who came to look for you, young master. It was 2 beautiful young ladies. They would come every once in a while to ask if you had come back." Ling Xiao didn't need to ask to know who had come to look for them. Ling Xiao arranged for everyone to stay here for the time being. Then he went to the Merchant Guild Hall. When he arrived, he naturally went to visit the Vice Hall Master, Lai Rui. Although this woman looked like a man, she used to treat him quite well, so it was only right for him to greet her. When Lai Rui saw Ling Xiao return again, she immediately revealed a warm smile that was different from before. Although this smile was very bright, Ling Xiao still didn't dare to look at it for too long. Lai Rui invited Ling Xiao to the Blazing Flame merchants to be a guest, and Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with her. This time, he must have come to see Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. Now, Zhou Zhijing wouldn't show her face on the flower boat. He believed that she had already reached the divine king realm like Lai Ruyu and assumed the position of an elder in the merchant union. Back then, he had left 2 bottles of Ghost God Spring for the 2 of them. Ling Zhao's identity as a divine apothecary had not been spread out yet. With his identity as a divine king, it was not enough for Lai Wudi to personally come out to receive him. However, Lai Wudi still valued Ling Xiao very much. He still remembered the scene of Ling Xiao returning to Kim people a few years ago. The sect leader of Dragon Gate, Ling Chen, had personally come out to pick him up. Therefore, when Ling Xiao arrived at the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Wudi brought Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing to receive him. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing saw Ling Xiao again, they were naturally overjoyed. The 2 of them had already fallen deeply in love with this powerful man. "It's been so long, you're finally willing to come and see me." Lai Ruyu's beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a flower, carried a hint of bitterness as she said to Ling Xiao. Zhou Zhijing, who was standing at the side with an even more charming temperament, said softly, "If you didn't come, I'm afraid that junior sister would have gone to Dragon Gate to propose marriage to you." "Senior sister, what are you talking about? I didn't. You must have thought about it yourself." Lai Ruyu's face was suffused with shyness as she looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes filled with deep feelings. Chapter 1182. Cough cough. Ling Xiao is a guest from afar. You guys will scare him away like this. Lai Wudi could not help but cough a few times. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing were immediately embarrassed, and they both turned their faces to the side, not daring to look at Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, but did not say anything. "Oh right, Ling Xiao, why did you come to our place?" Lai Wudi asked. "Actually, I was just passing by this time and was preparing to head to the Profound Sky region. I came to see the 3 ladies on the way. I have no other intentions," Ling Xiao said. "So that's how it is. I thought your patriarch had some mission for you," Lai Wudi said. Lai Ruyu said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought you came to see me, so it was just along the way." Zhou Zhijing, who was at the side, also cast a resentful look. Ling Xiao was a little helpless. Wasn't it just along the way to take a look? Speaking of which, he was very busy. Lai Wudi saw that his daughter was already deeply in love with Ling Xiao, but seeing that Ling Xiao did not seem to care, he could not help but feel a little anxious for his daughter. Although his daughter had the fire god's body, Ling Xiao's tenbin was not weak either. His advancement speed was even faster, and he had also reached the low-level God King. Moreover, after his daughter returned from the Nether Soul Divine Pond, she told him about how Ling Xiao had killed the Chu Qiao of the Sky Tiger domain in the Nether Soul Divine Pond, how he had led the geniuses of the Sky Dragon domain to defeat the Chu Qiao, and how he had obtained the Nether Soul Divine Spring for her. All of this was enough to prove that Ling Xiao had already emerged from the new generation of the Sky Dragon region. In the future, there would definitely be a place for him in the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. In other words, within the Dragon Gate in the future, Ling Xiao would definitely be an important figure. If they could form a relationship with him, it would be more beneficial than harmful for the Blazing Flame merchants. After chatting for a while, Lai Wudi sent the 3 women away and stayed behind to talk to Ling Xiao alone. "Ling Xiao, how are you doing over at the Dragon Gate?" Lai Wudi asked tentatively. Ling Xiao did not understand what Lai Wudi meant, so he immediately nodded and replied, "Not bad. I was recently promoted to an inner sect elder. If the alliance leader needs Ling Xiao's help in the future, just let me know." Ling Xiao was still a guest elder of the Blazing Flame merchants, so these words could be considered as an explanation. That's good. With the talent of a guest elder like Ling Xiao, you will shine in the heaven domain in the future. Lai Wudi first praised him, then changed the topic. "Ling Xiao, don't blame me for being too direct. As the saying goes, a grown man should get married, and a grown woman should get married. I can see that my daughter is dead set on you, and although the Blazing Flame merchants cannot compare to the Dragon Gate, we still have some power in the Sky Dragon region. Ruyu has also reached the Divine King realm, so the 2 of you can be said to be a golden couple. What do you think?" Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to be so direct. In the past, Lai Wudi also hinted at this, but he did not force him to express his stance like this. Alliance leader, I know what you mean. Leader, I know what you mean. Ruyu is indeed a good girl, but I have told her that I have many wives and concubines. Sooner or later I will take them with me. Because of this, I can't accept Ruyu easily. She is a dignified young lady of the Alliance Merchant Association. I am afraid she will be wronged if she follows me. Leader, what do you think? Ling Xiao replied. Lai Wudi also knew that it was impossible for a talent like Ling Xiao not to be liked by women. As far as I know, your wives and concubines are all in the Xianling continent, right? Have you never thought of giving them up? You are no longer on the same level as them, Lai Wudi said. It was not strange for an expert to have many cultivation partners in their lifetime, but once the distance between cultivation partners was too big, the relationship would also be distanced. That was why Lai Wudi said this. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I have never thought of giving up on any of my relatives. Even if they are just ordinary people, I can still help them reach the realm of immortality. Ling Xiao's words were filled with a strong sense of determination. He could not abandon his wife and children, not to mention that he was a divine alchemist. With his ability, he had enough time and capital to help them reach the divine king realm. Lai Wudi could not help but look at Ling Xiao highly. If his daughter followed such a man, perhaps it would also be a kind of happiness. All right, since you have already made up your mind, I will let you go. If Ruyu really likes you, I will not stop you. The key is whether she can pass the test of her father, Lai Wudi said. After that, Ling Xiao and Lai Wudi chatted for a while more before planning to take their leave. However, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing did not plan to let him off so easily. The two of them brought Ling Xiao to the blazing flame city and returned to the flower boat, playing music and drinking wine to reminisce about their loyalty. The two girls were so affectionate that Ling Xiao could not bear it. They lingered around him, and the waves of women's elegant fragrance could intoxicate any man. If it was the Ling Xiao who had just made his debut, he would probably immediately raise his spear and go into battle to eat them all. However, the present was different from the past. Although he had a good impression of them, he could not accept them for the time being. After all, this was related to the decision of the Raging Flame Business Alliance. When they all chose him regardless of everything, he might accept them. 3 days later, under the two girls' reluctant eyes, Ling Xiao left the blazing flame city and headed to the Northern Sky Dragon region. The Northern Sky Dragon region was the border between the Godly Axe Gang and the Sun and Moon sect, and the territory entrance was between the two factions. This territory entrance wasn't managed by them. It was managed by the strongest incipient God Realm expert in the Sky Dragon region, Lei. Lei was one of the strongest experts in the Sky Dragon region. He was called God of Thunder. He had the Thunder God body, and he had reached the incipient God Realm dozens of thousands of years ago. All the forces in the Sky Dragon region had elected him to guard the territory entrance. On one hand, it was to frighten the warriors who came here, and on the other hand, it was to watch the commotion in the mysterious sky region. After all, there would be some friction between the 5 regions. If any one of them were to launch a large-scale battle and cross the region, then he would play the role of a supervisor. At that time, he would be able to make preparations in advance and face the enemy together. Anyway, the people of any territory would never allow the forces of another territory to invade. The territory entrance was called the Northern Territory Gate or the Northern Territory City. This was a place without any forces' jurisdiction. However, no one dared to occupy this place because it belonged to all the residents of the Sky Dragon region. Because of this, there were many disputes that often occurred in the city, but no one would bother about it. As long as they didn't interfere with the operation of the territory entrance or the facilities in the city, Lei and his people wouldn't interfere with them. However, if anyone violated the rules, even if it was the Dragon Gate's warriors, they could still deal with them on the spot. Because it was a special privilege that the big forces in the Sky Dragon region had given Lei to guard this place. The Northern Domain Gate was located at the very center of the city. It was surrounded by a 100-meter-tall, 5-colored, 10-sided energy wall that constantly shone in all directions. The bottom of the wall was covered with runes that contained an indescribable great power. It looked very complicated and profound. This was the only entrance connecting the Sky Dragon region and the mysterious Sky region. To enter and exit this area, one had to pay a large amount of divine crystals and use a rank 9 beast core to transfer power. Ordinary mysterious crystals and beast cores were useless. After 2 months of teleportation, Ling Xiao and the rest had already rushed from the Dragon Gate to the Northern Territory Gate. They were travel-worn and soon, they would pass through the mysterious Sky region. At this time, Ling Xiao was not so anxious. He ordered everyone to rest here for 2 days before heading to the mysterious Sky region. In these 2 days, he had to rest and adjust his condition in preparation to face the forces of the other territory. The group stayed in the most luxurious restaurant. Ling Gang was one of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo and held a high position in the Dragon Gate. Now that he was Ling Zhao's housekeeper, he was in charge of everything. Just based on the Dragon Gate battle robe he was wearing, the manager of the restaurant immediately welcomed them with a smile and gave them the most luxurious room. "Uncle Xiao, please come in first," Ling Gang said to Ling Xiao with a hint of respect. His strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao, but Ling Zhao's seniority in the clan was higher than his. Moreover, the potential he had displayed was so strong that the clan leader had personally ordered him to protect Ling Xiao even if he had to risk his life. This was enough to show how much the clan valued Ling Xiao. This was because the clan leader had once said to him, "Your uncle Ling Xiao will be the future hope of our clan." Therefore, Ling Gang did not dare to rely on his strength to not serve Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao and the rest settled down, they went to the restaurant and ordered some good wine and dishes to drink to their heart's content. "Uncle Xiao, we will reach the mysterious Sky region after this. After that, we will have to travel for about a month to reach the Xiao family's territory." Ling Gang explained to Ling Xiao, "Yes, when the time comes, we will go see the sect leader's wife first. Then we will go to the Lotus sect." Ling Xiao replied. Ling Gang agreed and did not say anything else. As everyone drank and ate, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss something that caught Ling Xiao's attention. "Did you hear? The Divine Axe Gang and the Sun Moon sect's new generation are fighting again. The Divine Axe Gang's young master, Ba Longxing, is going to challenge the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon sect tomorrow. This Ba Longxing is that powerful? He can actually fight 1 against 2. You should know that the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon sect have already entered the God King realm. Furthermore, the chosen has comprehended fist intent. His battle strength is extraordinary." "So what? I heard that when Ba Longxing's younger brother entered the Soul Divine Pond, he lost face because Su Tian turned defeat into victory. That's why Ba Longxing plans to fight 1 against 2 to regain his face. After all, the 2 sects have always been at odds with each other. I heard that Ba Longxing has already trained the sky-opening plate axe to the power of 72 broad axes. Moreover, he cultivates the Herculean divine art, which is famous for its defense. This is a powerful technique that is second only to Kim people's ancient emperor divine art. This battle is in his grasp, and he wants to suppress the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon sect. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. Ba Longxing is indeed powerful, but the Sun Moon sect has the Sun Moon divine canon. Usually, the chosen and saintess will practice it together, and the power they can display is not inferior to any of the top divine arts. In the end, it is still hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Chapter 1183. In a desolate mountain range outside of Northern Region City. This was the place where the young leader of the Godly Axe Gang, Ba Longxing, was going to challenge the Holy Sun and Holy Lady of the Sun Moon sect. Of course, with their strength as God Kings, they definitely would not fight on land. They would fight above the 9 heavens and decide the outcome of the battle. Many people had gathered to watch the battle before it started. Soon, the people from the 2 sects arrived. The people of the Godly Axe Gang all carried axes on their backs, and had stern expressions on their faces. As for the people of the Sun Moon sect, half of them were men, and the other half were women. The leader of the Godly Axe Gang was, of course, Ba Longxing. His body was like an iron tower and he stood out from the crowd. His eyes were bright and full of confidence. Beside him was his younger brother, Ba Zhongxing. He had once been defeated by Su Tian. After entering the ghost divine pond, he could not bear the shadow of defeat and could not condense his divine soul. He was still in the demigod king realm and he hated Su Tian for that. In the Sun Moon sect, the Holy Sun, Su Tian, and the Holy Lady, Mu Yenran, had already condensed their godly souls in the ghost divine pond. After returning to the sect, they used all kinds of resources to break through the demigod king realm and became a divine king. The two sides faced off against each other, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Today, I'll let my elder brother teach you a lesson on my behalf. I'll let you know that your Sun Moon sect will forever be under the Godfather sect. Ba Zhongxing said to Su Tian and Mu Yanhong with a dark expression. He was filled with hatred. He did not hate Su Tian, but he hated the guy who taught him the Holy Sun fist intent. He had thought of picking a fight with the guy, but after seeing his amazing performance in the Ghost Divine Pond and knowing his identity, he did not dare to pick a fight with him. After all, he was from the Dragon Gate and the most outstanding one in the Dragon Gate. He would not dare to pick a fight with him. Therefore, when he returned to the gang, he looked for his brother and asked him to pick a fight with the Sun Moon sect. Although it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the God King realm with his talent, he did not know when the next time would be if he missed this chance. He could not take this lying down. Su Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ba Zhongxing and smiled. I know why you came to find trouble with us this time. It seems like you didn't gain anything from the Ghost Divine Pond. Humph, if it wasn't for someone helping you back then, you would have already been defeated by me. You have nothing to be proud of. Today, my big brother will fight both of you alone, regardless of life or death. Do you dare? Snorted Ba Zhongxing. Zhong Longxing, who had not spoken a word, narrowed his eyes, looking calm and composed. He was already a peak-level, low-level God King, much stronger than Su Tian and Mu Yanhong. However, even though he was fighting one against two, he did not take too much advantage of them. Since we're here, we dare to accept any of your challenges, Su Tian replied firmly. That's good. Let's fight. Ba Longxing finally opened his mouth. He soared into the sky and a heavy aura began to spread in all directions. Gravitational field. Many people could not help but exclaim. This was because they all felt as if there was a huge boulder weighing down on them, causing their movements to become incomparably slow. They all knew that this powerful aura was a kind of power that Ba Longxing emitted. It could cause the surrounding 10,000 li to become incomparably heavy. Even a god king would be suppressed by it. Mu Yanhong said to Su Tian, let's attack together. Since the other party was fighting one against two, it would be best for them to attack together. No, I alone am enough to deal with him, Su Tian said confidently. After saying that, Su Tian unleashed his aura and leaped into the sky. A ball of fire illuminated the surrounding 10,000 li. He was like the son of the sun, choosing to attack first. Ever since he had received the fist intent realm that Ling Xiao had imparted to him, he had gained a deeper understanding of fist intent, causing his battle prowess to multiply. Now that he had advanced to the God King stage, he was even more confident that he could fight against all the God Kings in the world. The brilliant sun that was formed from divine power was like a meteor crashing down, its power terrifying to the extreme. Just this simple punch was enough to completely destroy any city. Originally, the speed and power of this punch was comparable to that of any God King who had advanced to the God King stage for a long time. However, under Ba Longxing's gravitational field, this brilliant sun's fist force became much slower. By the time the fist force reached Ba Longxing, he had already dodged it. At the same time, he used his divine power to condense a giant axe and smashed it towards Su Tian with the pressure of Mount Tai. The power of each axe strike was like 1,000 caddies, causing the space to constantly shatter and produce a dull buzzing sound. Su Tian did not retreat. Instead, he swung his Holy Sun fist with all his might and collided with the axe shadows. His fist force was already mixed with torrential fist intent, and its power was enough to shake a peak-level God King. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Ba Longxing in a one-on-one battle. However, after coming into contact with the axe light, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent and overestimated himself. Bang bang! Su Tian was directly smashed down from the sky by this terrifying axe force. His whole body smashed into a mountain ridge, instantly causing a mess of stone fragments to fly everywhere. The mountain ridge was crushed into a huge deep pit. Zhong Longxing was like a high and mighty emperor. He said faintly, "The saint of the sun sect is only a so-so." When the spectators saw this scene and heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all thought to themselves, "This Ba Longxing is too terrifying." In just one move, Ba Longxing had smashed Su Tian into such a state. In a contest of strength, it was obvious that Ba Longxing had an overall advantage. It seemed that he was not lying when he said that he could fight 1 against 2. "It's too early for you to be happy." A voice came from below, and a figure instantly shot up into the sky. This person was undoubtedly Su Tian. He attacked again without holding back at all. 9 punches were thrown out at the same time, and 9 brilliant suns shot out at the same time. The power was extremely terrifying. "It's just the light of the cocoon fire," Ba Longxing sneered. His aura increased by a level, and the invisible gravitational field instantly increased by a few levels, directly pressuring the 9 solar fists to slow down. He dispersed the giant axe that was condensed from divine power in his hand, and at the same time, drew out the pair of giant axes on his back. With the giant axes in hand, his figure danced, and each axe strike carried a terrifying power that could tear space apart. It smashed into the 9 suns, and each axe strike destroyed a brilliant sun, causing the blazing fire to splash everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Su Tian kept throwing out fist light, and his divine power kept being drawn out. An unyielding belief made his fighting spirit high. However, in front of absolute strength, he was still not enough. The power of Ba Longxing's 72 heaven-splitting plates could simply split the sky and earth, destroy mountains and rivers, and make the world lose its color. Su Tian's power completely collapsed, and all of his fist force was actually useless in front of his opponent. They were all suppressed by his opponent's gravitational field, so he could not display the power of the realm of fist intent. Now, with his opponent's 72 axes snatched away, he had no way to escape. Seeing that Su Tian was about to be killed by Ba Longxing, Saintess Mu Yanhong finally made her move. Balls of soft claw force clawed at Ba Longxing, and claw marks streaked across the sky, as if tearing the sky and earth apart. Ba Longxing frowned slightly, and he had no choice but to let Su Tian go for now. He fully circulated his chi to defend, and balls of earth energy blocked the sharp claws. However, Mu Yanhong's claw technique was not ordinary. It was the Yin God's claw technique, a secret technique of the Moon sect. Coupled with the divine weapon in her hand, she forcibly broke through Ba Longxing's defense, and a few wounds appeared on his back. Ba Longxing roared, and his 2 giant axes spun around. Streaks of axe shadows tyrannically pressed towards Mu Yanhong. Mu Yanhong knew how terrifying his opponent's power was, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She could only retreat, not daring to fight in close combat. She retreated to Su Tian's side and asked, "Holy Sun, are you all right?" Su Tian panted, shook his head and said, "I'm fine for now." "Then let's attack together. This concerns the reputation of our sect, so you must not be loyal to your friends anymore," Mu Yanhong said solemnly. Su Tian hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and he and Mu Yanhong attacked Ba Longxing from the left and right. Ba Longxing laughed loudly and said, "I told you to attack together, but now is fine. I'll let you see my true power." As the sound of Ba Longxing's voice faded, the gravity field descended towards Su Tian and Mu Yanhong. At the same time, his heaven-splitting axe cleaved downwards. All the axe lights contained surging power, enough to cause a mid-level God King's expression to change. After another round of collisions, Su Tian and Mu Yanhong were sent flying far away. "Don't fight him head-on. I'll restrain him, and you find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow," Mu Yanhong said. After saying that, the silver claws in her hands flickered with rays of Yin God light, and wherever they went, deep claw marks flashed. The countless claws were dazzling, and it was difficult to tell which one was the real one. Mu Yanhong attacked with all her strength, and even though she was affected by the gravitational field, Ba Longxing had no choice but to take her seriously. He cultivated a defensive technique that not only increased his strength, but also increased his defense, causing Mu Yanhong to return empty-handed. At the side, Su Tian, who was accumulating energy, had already seized the opportunity. 9 suns appeared, and 9 suns of different colors pressed down on Ba Longxing. Mu Yanhong, on the other hand, continuously circulated her energy to restrain Ba Longxing, so that he could not split his attention. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You're still too inexperienced. Zhong Longxing shouted coldly, and the axe light shone brightly again. Ultimate move, Heaven-Splitting Pangu's 73 axes. This move surpassed the power of Heaven-Splitting Pangu's 72 axes, and it slashed out in all directions. Rumble. This part of the world was ravaged to the point where it was in a sorry state. All the power was completely dispersed. Countless spaces collapsed and shattered. Terrifying spatial cracks suddenly appeared, causing the spectators to retreat as far as they could for fear of being sucked in. Chapter 1184. Puff Puff. 2 human shadows were sent flying upside down by this terrifying axe light, as 2 streams of scarlet blood splashed out from their bodies. With this fight, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. This Ba Longxing is too powerful. He can actually use the power of the 72 broad axes. Didn't they say that the sky-splitting axe only has 72 moves? Why is there one more move? Could it be that Ba Longxing created it himself? Who knows, maybe the rumor is not true, maybe there are more moves, but this power is really scary. To be able to heavily injure 2 people in one move. Looks like the Sun-Moon Sect's holy son and holy daughter of this generation are going to lose for sure. Not only will they lose, they will also lose their lives. I'm afraid the Sun-Moon Sect's holy son and holy daughter of this generation will not be able to escape. Zhong Longxing did not immediately kill them. He coldly looked at the 2 of them and laughed wildly. Submit to me or die, you choose? To be able to take in a holy son and holy daughter of this generation as a servant, how glorious was that? Zhong Longxing naturally wanted to try this wonderful feeling. Even if we die, we will not submit, Su Tian said with difficulty as he held the large wound on his chest. Mu Yanhong was not much better. Her abdomen had also split open, blood continuously flowed out, and her delicate face became incomparably pale. Holy Sun. Let's use the Sun-Moon Divine Cannon, Mu Yanhong transmitted to Su Tian. Su Tian nodded his head. His divine power continuously surged, quickly healing his injuries. Those who reached the Divine King realm could not only use divine power to condense objects, but also use divine power to heal injuries. Even broken limbs could be regrown, unless the divine soul was destroyed, then they would die forever. Su Tian and Mu Yanhong once again released all of their auras. One turned into a bright sun. The other turned into a blue moon. Yin and Yang began to appear. The 2 types of power fused, like the opening of Yin and Yang, the sun and moon together. The 2 types of power supported a terrifying power, filling the heaven and earth with tyrannical divine power. 1 Yin and 1 Yang. The light was dazzling. The aura was like a rainbow. Sun-Moon Divine Cannon, sun and moon competing splendor. The divine canon of sun and moon was known as the world's top divine art. When the 2 of them used it at the same time, it had the power of the sun and moon shining together and illuminating the stars. This move was definitely enough to strike fear into the heart of any mid-stage god king. Ba Longxing watched as a brilliant sun and a blue moon collided and smashed towards him, forcefully breaking his gravitational field. Divine Cannon of Sun and Moon? Then, let me test its power. Ba Longxing's eyes flashed with incomparable excitement as he shouted. Then he brandished his axes again. The ultimate move, 74 moves of the sky-splitting disc axe. Outsiders only knew that the heaven-splitting disc axe only had 72 moves, but that was not the case. The 72 styles were the realm that ordinary people could only cultivate to. For people with extraordinary talents like Tenbin, they could cultivate to the 84th style. But now, Ba Longxing had cultivated to the 76th style, which made him look down upon the younger generation of the godly axe gang. The battle between the two top-notch divine arts produced earth-shattering explosions. Various elemental powers kept splashing in all directions. Even a peak expert at the level of the Holy Emperor would be severely injured or even killed if they were hit by such a small amount of power. They had no choice but to retreat even further. They could only watch the battle from afar. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched this breathtaking battle. Only then did they realize that the monstrous geniuses of the super forces were extremely abnormal. Zhong Longxing was no longer able to easily suppress Su Tian and Mu Yanhong like before. The divine canon of sun and moon, the power of the alternation of the sun and moon could be said to be earth-shattering. The two of them finally had the strength to fight with Ba Longxing. However, Ba Longxing's strength was a level higher than theirs. In terms of consumption, he could last longer than them. Moreover, the power of the 76 heaven-splitting disc axes was not at a disadvantage at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It shook the heavens and shook the earth. The mountains and rivers lost their colors. Everything was destroyed. A battle between god-kings was definitely a disaster. Even though they had already flown to the 9 heavens to fight, the power that splashed out still flattened everything in the wilderness. When all the battles came to a halt, the 3 figures separated from each other. The 3 of them were no longer as calm as before. They were all heavily injured. However, Ba Longxing was the least injured. Su Tian and Mu Yanhong could not even stand properly. They kept falling down from the sky. Those who don't submit to me will die. Ba Longxing finally lost his patience. He roared angrily and charged at Su Tian and Mu Yanhong again. The people of the godly axe gang were overjoyed. However, the people of the Sun-Moon sect were extremely pale. However, at this critical moment, a figure surged over like the wind. He gently swept Su Tian and Mu Yanhong to the side. Ba Longxing was furious after one move. There was actually someone who dared to interfere in this life and death battle. Who is so daring to stop me from killing these 2 people? Ba Longxing roared angrily. When it is possible to let people go, one should forgive them. Brother, why don't you give me face and let them go this time? A lazy voice was heard. This person was actually Ling Xiao. He was the one who saved Su Tian and Mu Yanhong. Benefactor! Su Tian blurted out excitedly when he saw the person who came. If Ling Xiao had not taught him the fist intent realm more than a year ago, he would have been defeated by Ba Zhongxing. In the Ghost Divine Pond, Ling Xiao showed his prowess and led the people of the Sky Dragon Zone to defeat the people of the Sky Tiger Zone. He was definitely their benefactor. He did not expect Ling Xiao to appear again. Moreover, he even saved him and Mu Yanhong. He could not understand why Ling Xiao would appear here. Actually, Ling Xiao's appearance here was reasonable. Yesterday, he heard that the Godly Axe Gang and the Sun Moon sect were going to have a life and death battle. Today, he came to watch the battle. He had already seen everything that had happened in the previous battle. Originally, he did not want to interfere in a life and death battle. This was a taboo. However, he also felt that he had cultivated the sky-burning 9 Suns fist, obtained the origin power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire in the Holy Yang sect, and obtained the fist intent realm imparted to him in the ruins, which allowed him to master many concepts on the path of martial arts. This opportunity could be said to be extremely valuable. Therefore, the reason why he had helped Su Tian time and time again was probably because of that little bit of fate. After saving them this time, this little bit of fate would be over, and he would no longer have anything to do with them. Who are you? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Ba Longxing held the godly axe in his hand and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ba Zhongxing, who was below, had already recognized Ling Xiao. He thought to himself, "Why is this guy here?" Without thinking, he immediately rushed up to his brother and said, "Brother, he's from Dragon Gate. When we entered the Ghost Divine Pond, he was the one who imparted the fist intent to Su Tian, allowing him to turn the tables." Ba Longxing did not expect Ling Xiao to be from Dragon Gate. A hint of fear flashed across his heart. "Why are you stopping me?" Even if you're from Dragon Gate, you can't stop us from fighting to the death, Ba Longxing said to Ling Xiao. His tone was much gentler, and he was no longer as aggressive as before. A beautiful woman's fan appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he smiled like a refined gentleman. I have some history with them, so I can't watch them die in your hands. However, from today onwards, I won't interfere in any of your matters anymore. I wonder if you can give me some face and let it go today. Ba Longxing frowned slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. If I let them go today, when they grow up with the power of the sun and moon scriptures, they won't be afraid of them anymore. However, if I don't let them go, this guy from Dragon Gate in front of me will not just stand by and watch. That's against the rules, Ba Longxing said unhappily. I know that too, so how about I take the fight for them? If you can defeat one of my brothers, you can do whatever you want to them. If my brother can defeat you, then you can stop today and fight to the death in the future. I won't interfere. Ling Xiao waved the beautiful woman's fan and said, Don't worry. My brother has just entered the Immortal King stage, so he won't let you suffer. Before Ba Longxing said anything, Ling Gang rushed over and said, Uncle Xiao, why do you have to do this? With the reputation of Dragon Gate, they wouldn't dare to do anything if they asked them to stop fighting. This was Ling Gang's attitude. They wanted to be the most powerful force in the world. It's fine. I was in the wrong in the first place. It's good to give them a way out. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Are you serious? Ba Longxing asked. Although he didn't think he was the most powerful person in the same level, he was definitely one of the top. He didn't believe that he would lose to someone who had just entered the Immortal King stage, even if the other was from Dragon Gate. Of course. Ling Xiao answered, then looked at Su Tian and Mu Yanhong and said, You won't have any objections, right? Why would they have any objections? You had already agreed, so there was no chance to object. Since you don't have any objections, then do as I say. You should recover first. My brother won't take your place. Ling Xiao said. Ba Longxing waved his hand and said, No need. Call your brother out. That's not good. My brother won't take your place. I'll give you half an hour to recover, and then we'll fight again. Ling Xiao said firmly. Ba Longxing hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything else. As he recovered, he thought to himself, So what if you're from Dragon Gate? You dare to be arrogant? Today Ba Longxing, will even humiliate your Dragon Gate. Anyway, you asked for it. Let's see what you can do. Ling Xiao turned to Su Tian and Mu Yanhong and said, You two should recover quickly. Today, your lives will definitely be in danger. Su Tian took a few steps forward and asked doubtfully, Why are you helping me? You know our sun sect's Holy Sun Fist. Do you really have some relationship with our sun sect? Su Tian had wanted to ask Ling Xiao about this when he was in the Ghost Divine Pond. However, time was tight at that time. When he came out, he didn't have the courage to ask Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao appeared in front of him again, he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Chapter 1185. Help you? Perhaps, but this will be the last time. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, He wasn't interested in men. If it weren't for Su Tian's good character, he wouldn't have helped him twice. Then how do you know our sun sect's Holy Sun Fist? Su Tian asked. He really wanted to know if Ling Xiao had captured or killed an important member of the Sun Sect. Or had he received some inheritance from the Sun Sect? Ling Xiao smiled. Didn't I say it just now? Maybe I really have some connection with your Sun Sect, but this connection will end after today. Su Tian didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Can't you tell me the reason? He asked unwillingly. It's fine as long as it's not from your Sun Moon sect. You don't have to care about the rest. Ling Xiao replied. He thought to himself, In any case, I've already saved your life, yet you're still asking so many questions. If you say another word, I'll leave right away. Mu Yanhong seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's impatience. She tugged at Su Tian and said, Holy Sun, let's recover from our injuries first. Su Tian knew that it was useless to ask any more questions. He could only look at Ling Xiao and take out a pill to recover his strength. He felt a little defeated in this battle. Ba Longxing's gravitational field was really hard to break. Perhaps only when he comprehended the fist intent to the highest level could he destroy it. He sneaked a glance at Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao might be able to break this gravitational field. He just didn't understand why Ling Xiao sent another person out. Could it be that the other person was stronger than him and the Holy Maiden? Half an hour passed quickly, and Ba Longxing had recovered to his peak condition. You can call your brother over now. Ba Longxing looked at Ling Xiao and said, Have you recovered to your best? If you don't, I can give you an extra hour. Ling Xiao said very kindly. Balon waved his hand and said, No need. I want to finish this quickly. All right, as you wish. Ling Xiao replied softly, then shouted in a direction, Old Yi, come here. Yes, boss. A rough voice sounded, and a tall and sturdy figure rushed over. He was Ling Xiao's brother, Xian Yuyi. In terms of physique, Xian Yuyi was a bit stronger than Ba Longxing, and he was also half a head taller. Just based on the mask, Xian Yuyi seemed to have a slight advantage. I have a mission for you. Defeat him as fast as you can, but do not kill him. Today, your boss is only going to be a peacemaker. I don't want to be an assassin. Ling Xiao pointed at Barond. Xin Yuye's fighting spirit sword. All right, defeat him in 10 moves. Ever since he had advanced from the peak of the Holy Emperor to the God King stage, he hadn't fought anyone yet. He was itching to fight. Ba Longxing's face darkened. What a big tone! Isn't 10 moves too much? 5. I want to finish this quickly, Ling Xiao said with some dissatisfaction. Xin Yuyi immediately patted his chest. 5 moves? I'll defeat him in 5 moves. All right, then I'll retreat first. If you can't defeat him, I'll make you pay, Ling Xiao said, then retreated a few thousand meters away. Both of them were tall and strong, and when they stood together, they gave off a strong and violent feeling. If it wasn't for the godly axe gang's people being present, everyone would have thought that these two were brothers from the same sect. Because apart from their similar physique, they both used axes. Now, Shen Yuye's axes were not the same as before. They were real divine weapons that Ling Xiao got for him from the Dragon Gate. Boss said, I'll defeat you in 5 moves. Then I'll show you my power. Shen Yuyi shouted, and the axes slashed towards Ba Longxing. There weren't any complicated moves, just a simple strike directly attacking Ba Longxing. But the power of such a strike was extremely terrifying. It didn't seem like it could be used by a low-level God King. It was more like it could be used by someone who had been in the God King realm for a long time. What Ba Longxing wasn't afraid of the most was a head-on clash. His gravity field instantly appeared, and a heavy force seemed to compress the surrounding space, making it difficult for people to move. Shen Yuyi revealed a look of surprise, but everything was still under his control. Ba Longxing raised his axes and charged over. The gravity field only had a gravitational effect on the enemy, and it didn't affect him at all. Ba Longxing went all out from the beginning. He wanted to let the people from the Dragon Gate know that he also had the strength to challenge them. The power of the 73 axes turned into waves of axe light, blasting towards Shen Yuyi. The 4 axes crisscrossed, emitting intense sparks and bursts of light. After the first clash, the two immediately separated, and no one could do anything to the other. Ba Longxing was quite surprised. He found that his opponent was also an earth elementalist like him, and his strength was actually not weaker than his. In a head-on clash, even a low-level God King like him couldn't gain an advantage. But Shen Yuyi himself knew that, in terms of realm, he was still inferior to Ba Longxing, and in the clash just now, his perlicue was numb. There was still some gap in strength. However, how could he, Shen Yuyi, be inferior to someone else in terms of strength? He roared, and his arms seemed to surge a bit. A lot of divine power was drawn out crazily, and there was even a savage aura that assaulted his nostrils. His strength instantly soared. Ba Longxing, who was not far away, was shocked. Sure enough, you have some skill, but how can I lose to you in terms of strength? After saying that, he also operated the Herculean divine art. Clouds of yellow dipper chi spread out, and at the same time, a phantom of a godlike ancient giant condensed. The two roared at the same time, and once again directly clashed head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying axe light seemed to want to shatter the sky, and the terrifying earthy yellow energy splashed down like a collapsing mountain, causing people to feel terrified. For earth elementalists like them, this was a competition of strength, as well as the strength of their respective defenses. The 3 consecutive collisions of the axes produced shocking explosive sounds, causing the people watching from afar to turn pale. Is that person a disciple of the Dragon Gate? As expected, he can compete with Ba Longxing. Their strength is simply too terrifying. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to take a single axe strike. Isn't that so? Both of them are freakishly strong, and the other one doesn't seem to be affected by the gravitational field. No wonder he's qualified to say that he can defeat Ba Longxing in 5 moves. However, based on the current situation, they're evenly matched. No matter what, I've seen the strength of these monsters today. When they become high-level god kings, I think they'll be qualified to challenge the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Now that 4 moves have passed, there's only one left. Both sides should be using their final killing moves. Who's stronger? This guy's strength isn't weak. Boss, let me defeat him within 5 moves. This is really annoying. But it's enough. Shen Yuyi retreated 100 meters as he thought to himself. At the same time, he began to stimulate his barbarian blood. Waves of brute force continuously rose, and a barbaric aura suddenly appeared. A mighty barbarian king figure appeared behind him, looking incomparably mighty. Ba Longxing finally saw Shen Yuyi's identity, and he couldn't help but exclaim, It's a barbarian. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. The barbarians were one of the ancient races in the heaven domain, just like the Kim people. They had barbarian blood, which could stimulate terrifying brute force. However, Ba Longxing wouldn't be afraid because of this. Although he didn't have brute force, he had the Herculean divine art, which could stimulate his own strength. Moreover, his realm was higher than his opponent, so he definitely wouldn't lose. The ancient Pangu god appeared behind him, and the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world was without a doubt. The 2 ancient gods, who were famous for their strength, were finally going to collide. Dominating the 9 provinces, sky-splitting disc axe 76 forms. Both Shen Yuyi and Ba Longxing attacked with all their strength. The heavy aura they emitted caused the space to collapse, and the yellow aura blew up a 12th-level hurricane, completely submerging this part of the world. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision almost turned the sky upside down. Many yellow earth energies fell like meteorites, smashing thousands of holes into the mountain ridges in the surrounding 10,000 li. Seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. When everything vanished like smoke, the 2 figures finally separated. However, one of them retreated 100 meters high in the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed a few times, but he didn't fall down, while the other person fell down like a meteor, smashing heavily towards the ground. When that person fell to the ground, he was immediately smashed into a huge deep pit, and no one knew whether that person was dead or alive. Everyone looked over, and the one who was still high in the sky was Shen Yuyi, and the one who was smashed down was naturally Ba Longxing. Ba Longxing's younger brother, Ba Zhongxing, revealed a look of disbelief, and exclaimed, How is this possible? How could my brother lose? The people of the Godly Axe Gang didn't look good either. If it was someone else, they would have already rushed up and killed that person. However, the opponent was a member of Dragon Gate, and he was accompanied by someone from the same sect, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Shen Yuyi spat out a mouthful of blood, looked down at Ba Longxing and said, Are you willing to surrender? The 2 of them had already used all their strength in this attack. Although Shen Yuyi was injured, he still had the strength to fight. On the other hand, Ba Longxing, who was at the bottom of the deep pit, was in an extremely sorry state. He was lying on the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. His martial clothes were torn, and there were 2 axe marks on his chest, almost cutting his body in half. Blood kept flowing out, and it seemed like he didn't have much strength left. I lost. Ba Longxing said with great difficulty. He didn't think that he would still lose even after using all his strength. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything from this battle. He felt that if he could comprehend one more move of the sky-splitting axe, even if his opponent activated his bloodline power, he would still be able to kill him. Xin Yi cast a glance at his opponent and said, "You're a man? I'm Xin Yi. If you're not satisfied, come and find me again in the future. I'll definitely reward you twice as much." After saying that, he flew back in the direction of Ling Xiao. However, his flying speed was much slower, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss just now. Chapter 1186. Take it. Ling Xiao took out a divine pill and threw it to Xin Yi. Xin Yi didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it immediately to recover from his injuries. "How do you feel about the battle?" Ling Xiao asked. Xin Yi grinned. "Very good. I haven't exercised like this in a long time. If there's a fight in the future, remember to call me first, boss." Chang Haoyou glanced at Xin Yi and thought to himself, "So junior brother already has such a powerful follower. He must be a descendant of the barbarians. In terms of pure strength, I'm afraid I'm a little bit inferior. Yes, this matter is settled. The battle between you and him is over," Ling Xiao said to Su Tian and Mu Yanhong, who were not far from him. He then turned to the people beside him and said, "We should also leave." With that, he prepared to return to the northern region gate and head towards the profound sky region. "Benefactor, please wait," Su Tian called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned back and said, "Don't call me benefactor. My name is Ling Xiao. What else do you want?" Su Tian gritted his teeth. Brother Ling, you've helped me twice. I can't thank you enough, but the Holy Sun Fist is a secret of our sect. I hope Brother Ling can tell me how to cultivate it. This matter concerns the reputation of our sect." What does the reputation of your Sun sect have to do with me?" Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Su Tian kept pestering Ling Xiao about this matter, which made him very unhappy. Su Tian felt suffocated and uncomfortable. If it was someone else, he could use forceful methods to force Ling Xiao to answer this question. But Ling Xiao was stronger than him in both strength and background. He couldn't do anything to him at all. However, he was unwilling to give up. If he didn't know where Ling Xiao learned their Holy Sun Fist from, he could only let the elders of their sect decide. He was worried that one day their Holy Sun Fist would be taught to others. What should he do? Ling Xiao looked at Su Tian and asked, "I'm from the Xianling continent. Have you heard of the Holy Yang sect?" A look of surprise flashed across Su Tian's eyes as he softly exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Then I understand." He paused for a moment before continuing. "When will Brother Ling be free? Would you like to come to my son's sect for a chat?" Ling Xiao instantly frowned and replied, "What? Do you want to do something to me?" Su Tian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, you misunderstood. I just want you to explain to my sect elders. They won't do anything to you. No need," Ling Xiao said bluntly. Then he turned around, ignored Su Tian and left with his people. Who would have thought that Su Tian would block his path again? Ling Gang was very dissatisfied. "Kid, get lost. Otherwise, even if your sect leader is here, I will still kill you." Ling Gang was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo and a direct descendant of the Kim people. He saw that this kid didn't know what was good for him and actually dared to ask his uncle Ling Xiao to come to his son's sect. How dare he? Su Tian already knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately apologized. "Su Tian offended you just now. Please don't be angry." He then continued, "Brother Ling helped me twice, and you have a relationship with my sect. I believe that Brother Ling will be very interested in the fire seed, right?" "So what?" Ling Xiao replied. "Actually, the reason why I want to invite Brother Ling to my sect is to repay you, because my sect has a fire seed, the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. This is known to all." As Su Tian spoke, a shocking flame appeared in his hand. This was the flame of the immortal rainbow heavenly fire, but Su Tian only had a wisp of the fire seed, and not the real immortal rainbow heavenly jewel. "This is not necessary," Ling Xiao said indifferently. and a fire seed that was exactly the same as Su Tian's appeared in his hand. It seems that Su Tian's action was unnecessary. Su Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao know their Holy Sun Fist, but he also had refined the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. When Ling Xiao was about to leave again, Su Tian thought of something and immediately said, "Other than that, I know where to find the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. I wonder if Brother Ling is interested?" Ling Xiao paused for a moment and asked, "Then tell me." Su Tian didn't reply immediately, but looked around. Obviously, it was not convenient to tell Ling Xiao in detail here. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm staying in the city now. If it's convenient, let's go for a drink together." Su Tian was overjoyed. He had revealed the secret because he wanted to communicate with Ling Xiao. This was absolutely beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Thus, the group returned to the Northern Region City's restaurant. After drinking for 30 minutes, Ling Xiao and Su Tian talked alone in the room. "Speak. If your information is correct, Ling Xiao, will make friends with you," Ling Xiao said. Currently, he still lacked the last layer of the 9-sun-burning heavens art, the Ashen Flame Holy Sun, because he couldn't find the immortal rainbow heavenly fire to fuse with the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. Now that he heard that Su Tian actually had this information, he was naturally very interested. Su Tian didn't answer, but instead asked, "Brother Ling, you are a disciple of the Dragon Gate. If there is no other reason, you should not be here. Could it be that you want to go to the profound sky region?" Ling Xiao didn't hide it and nodded. "That's right. I will go to the profound sky region tomorrow. As I expected, the origin fire seed I mentioned is located in a dangerous place in the profound sky region," Su Tian said. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "A dangerous place? Is your information accurate?" "Don't trick this young master," Su Tian hurriedly said. "No, absolutely not. This information came from an elder of my sect. It is absolutely reliable. Then why didn't you go and take it? Why did you come to tell me?" Ling Xiao raised his doubts. He didn't believe that Su Tian was saying this to repay a debt of gratitude. Su Tian smiled bitterly and said, "This is also what I wanted to remind Brother Ling. This origin fire seed already has intelligence and knows how to attack or escape. Even if my sect's elder went there, he wouldn't have the ability to take it down. Back then, he almost lost his life. Unless my sect's old sect master is willing to take action, there is no way to obtain it. So that's how it is. I thought there was something good that was waiting for me. Then where do you think it is located in the profound sky region?" Ling Xiao smiled and said. Su Tian said, "It is in the Evil Cliff Valley. I don't know the specific location, but it already has intelligence and can change into various shapes. Moreover, there are many Stage 9 and Stage 10 holy beasts there, so ordinary people can't enter as they please." "Evil Cliff Valley? It seems like I will have to pay a high price to obtain it," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Su Tian and said, "Since you told me this information, you will be my friend from now on. You don't need to talk about the Holy Sun Fist anymore. I will not teach it to anyone else. You don't need to worry about this." Su Tian was waiting for Ling Xiao to say this. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ling." On the second day, Ling Xiao and the others finally set foot on the road to the profound sky region. When they arrived in front of the territory entrance, they felt the indescribable aura coming from the entrance. They were all extremely shocked. Only Ling Gang, who had entered the territory entrance before, like the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, didn't feel anything. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "The power of this territory entrance is really immeasurable." Ling Gang said, "Of course. Each territory entrance is created by the incipient God realm experts of the two regions. The teleportation distance is 100 times or even 1,000 times greater than the spatial formation." Ling Xiao was a little speechless. The territory entrance created by an old monster at incipient God realm was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao and Ling Gang were people who could use the gate for free, and each of them could bring 10 people with them. There were 16 people here. Of course, They didn't need to pay the God King guarding the territory entrance with divine crystals and beast pellets. Ling Gang took out a token. This token seemed to be an energy crystal, and the number 376 was engraved on it. This number represented Ling Gang's rank in the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. When the God King guarding the territory entrance saw Ling Gang's token, he became respectful and said, "Sir, please." Obviously, he recognized Ling Gang's identity as the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. After all, there were many God Kings in the Sky Dragon region. However, only 1,000 of them could become the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. These 1,000 people were terrifyingly strong, and they all had the chance to enter the ranks of the great masters in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo's token. However, he had the godly alchemist's badge. When he took it out and handed it to the God King was very surprised. "Oh, it's Sir Godly Alchemist. Please." The God King's attitude wasn't any worse than when he met Ling Gang. He was even more enthusiastic. It was the first time he had seen such a young godly alchemist. He thought to himself, worthy of being a member of the Dragon Gate. This kind of foundation isn't something ordinary forces can compare to. Ling Xiao's group stepped into the territory entrance. Waves of mighty energy fell on them, sucking them into space and sending them to another area. The mysterious sky region was located in the north of the heaven region. This area was where the black tortoise lived. The true dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were the top-ranked existences among the 9 great divine beasts. The true dragon was good at fighting, the white tiger was good at killing, the vermilion bird had 9 lives, and the black tortoise was good at defense. This clearly showed that the black tortoise was a divine beast that focused the most on defense. Its black tortoise shell was known as the hardest thing in the world, and nothing could break it. The Black Tortoise sect, which was named after the black tortoise, was the overlord of the mysterious sky region. It was similar to the Sky Dragon region's Dragon Gate. The mysterious sky region was located in the north of the heaven region, and the general temperature was much colder than the Sky Dragon region. As the saying goes, the water and the soil nourish the people. In this region, the proportion of warriors with the ice and water attributes was much higher than in other regions. When Ling Xiao and the others landed in front of the profound sky region's domain gate, they immediately felt the cold of frost and snow. Fortunately, the group was already in a trance state and could be said to be impervious to heat and cold, so the frost and snow didn't affect them much. Ling Xiao's group didn't stop and immediately went to the nearest space formation, preparing to rush to the Xiao clan as soon as possible. Chapter 1187. Although the Xiao family had risen to prominence in the profound sky region in the last 200,000 years, their momentum of development was extremely rapid, and they had already squeezed into the ranks of superforces several tens of thousands of years ago. Although there was a certain gap between them and veteran superforces like the Lotus Cult, the gap was not too great. Otherwise, the sect leader of the Dragon Gate, Xiao Chun, wouldn't be able to take Xiao Zhensai as his wife. After all, the major powers would have to see if the marriage partner was worth something. The Xiao family was located in the central region of the profound heaven region. Their space base was at the lower reaches of the second largest river, Luoyu River. At the upper reaches of Luoyu River, there was another power no weaker than the Xiao family called the River Diagram sect. These 2 superpowers occupied different river boundaries and their space bases were quite close. At the same time, they had a lot of resources fished out of Luoyu River. For the resources in Luoyu River, the conflict between the 2 powers had never stopped. Not long ago, many people from the 2 sects had fought on Luoyu River and both sides had lost many people. In the Xiao family, Xiao Zhensai and her father Xiao Yuanhe were chatting. Xiao Yuanhe was a late bloomer. He looked like a middle-aged man now and was only a middle-stage god king. He was able to become the family leader because he had a pair of good children. His eldest daughter was married to the number 1 ancient family in the Tianlong region, Kim people's direct descendant and Dragon Gate sect leader. Although Kim people and Dragon Gate weren't in the profound heaven region, their power was famous there. Even the profound heaven region's black martial sect was inferior to them. His son Xiao Wei was a genius of the Xiao family. He wasn't even 4,000 years old but was already a high-stage god king. He had always been a peak existence in his generation. Because of his influence with his children, Xiao Yuanhe was promoted to the position of family leader. Xiao Yuanhe tightly knitted his brows and sighed, "Daughter, you should return to the Heavenly Dragon sect tomorrow. I'm afraid that those people will take action soon. So many years have passed. It is time to put an end to this." Xiao Jinsai shook her head and said, "Father, don't be too pessimistic. If the River Diagram sect really dared to go against our Xiao family, they would have already destroyed us. This time, they just wanted to test our situation." Xiao Yuanhe said, "You might not know this, but each generation is worse than the last. In your generation, your younger brother is the only one who can hold up the fort. The others haven't even matured yet. Moreover, I heard that many of the newly promoted true disciples of the River Diagram sect have already become god kings. Just in terms of numbers, they have already surpassed us. Not to mention that they have more than 20 Sinjin of Goguryeo. If an all-out war breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off. You should return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible." "No, although I'm married to the Dragon Gate, I'm still a member of the Xiao family. I'll send someone back to ask for reinforcements for my husband. I don't believe that the River Diagram sect doesn't care about the Dragon Gate," Xiao Jinsai said angrily. Just as Xiao Yuanhe was about to say something, a figure walked in from outside. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome and strong. He wore a blue martial robe and carried a pair of dual divine weapons on his back. "Father, I heard that the bloodstained silver stone vein that we discovered was robbed by the River Diagram sect. Is this true?" the handsome man asked angrily. This man was Xiao Yuanhe's son, Xiao Wei, who was also Xiao Jinsai's younger brother. He was a 3,000 years old high-level divine king. In the profound sky region, he was definitely a top-notch monster. Even in the heaven region, he was an extremely outstanding existence. "That's right. I've already sent your 8th uncle to negotiate with the River Diagram sect. However, it might not go smoothly." Xiao Yuanhe sighed. "Father, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm going to teach those people from the River Diagram sect a lesson," Xiao Wei said and turned around to leave. "Xiao Wei, don't be impulsive," Xiao Jinsai called out. Xiao Wei looked at his sister and said, "Sister, the situation is urgent. We can't delay any longer." He paused for a moment and then said, "Sister, you should return to the Dragon Gate first. I can handle this." "What can you handle?" "Right now, the River Diagram sect has a lot of people. I'll send Ling Zhu and Ling Mu to help you. I'll also send people to ask your brother-in-law for help. This time, the River Diagram sect will know that our Xiao family isn't someone they can bully," Xiao Jinsai said. "Sister, when you go back and ask brother-in-law for help, our Xiao family will be bullied by the River Diagram sect. Moreover, didn't you say that the Dragon Gate is starting to split? We won't trouble brother-in-law," Xiao Wei said. "But I can't just watch as the River Diagram sect bullies us. I believe that if Ling Zhu and Ling Mu take action, they'll be able to shock the River Diagram sect," Xiao Jinsai insisted. Xiao Wei didn't know what to say and looked at his father. They naturally hoped that the Dragon Gate would have reinforcements, but they were too far away. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Xiao Yuanhe muttered, "Actually, I have a way to resolve our family's crisis. It can even make it so that the River Diagram sect will never dare to attack our Xiao family again." "What is it?" Xiao Jinsai and Xiao Wei asked at the same time. Xiao Yuanhe looked at Xiao Wei and said, "The key lies in that girl, Ling Er." "What does that have to do with Ling Er? Although she has an ethereal body and has already stepped into the Holy Emperor realm, she's still young. If she's given 1,000 years, she might be able to bring glory to our Xiao family." When he mentioned his daughter, Xiao Wei's face revealed a trace of joy and pride. 20 years ago, his daughter, who wasn't even 1.5 years old, had gone missing in the Sky Dragon domain. He had thought that his daughter was already gone. He hadn't expected that 1.5 years ago, his sister would bring his daughter back. This made him wild with joy. Now that his family was reunited, he felt that his endless life had become more meaningful. Yeah, with another 1,000 years, with Xiao Ling's physique, it won't be a problem for him to reach your current level. However, we don't have that much time to wait. Xiao Yuanhe sighed and then said, if we send Ling Heir to the Black Turtle sect, I think the Black Turtle sect will definitely accept Ling Heir. At that time, they will definitely help the Xiao family, and the River Diagram sect won't be a threat anymore. Father, you want to send Ling Heir to the Black Turtle sect to learn from her teacher? Xiao Wei asked. Xiao Jinsai looked at her father and seemed to think of something. She said, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The Xiao family also had incipient God Realm experts. It was enough for them to teach Xiao Ling. They didn't need to send her to the Black Turtle sect. Xiao Yuanhe, on the other hand, had another idea. Father, do you want to marry Ling Heir to them? Xiao Wei asked in a low voice. Xiao Yuanhe nodded reluctantly and said, perhaps this is the best solution for now. No, absolutely not. Ling Heir is still so young. How can I let her sacrifice her life for the family? Xiao Weijian didn't agree. Then he said, moreover, the River Diagram sect isn't much stronger than us. They might not dare to fight us to the death. Everything is still uncertain. Xiao Yuanhe became silent. He knew that his son's words made sense. He seemed to be a little anxious. After all, the Xiao family didn't have many outstanding disciples in the new generation. If they didn't ask for help from outside, they might not be able to survive in the future. At this time, a servant hurriedly came in and reported, Master, there are people from the Dragon Gate outside asking to see you. Xiao Yuanhe was a little surprised. Daughter, when did you ask for help? Xiao Jinsai shook her head and said, no. Did Brother Chun send people to pick me up? Let's go out and take a look, Xiao Wei said. Then, the three of them immediately went out to see who from the Dragon Gate had come. When she saw Ling Xiao, Xiao Jinsai said happily, Little brother Xiao, why are you here? And Ling Gang, you're here too. This is great. It was Ling Xiao and the others who had rushed to the Xiao family. Greetings, Madam Sect Leader. Ling Xiao and the others greeted Xiao Jinsai together. Father, Little Wei, this is my little brother Ling Xiao. He was the one who brought Ling Heir back to the Dragon Gate. Xiao Jinsai went forward and introduced Ling Xiao to Xiao Huyuan and Xiao Wei. So you're Ling Xiao. You're really handsome. No wonder my daughter keeps talking about you. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Wei went forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Greetings, family leader Xiao, Lord Xiao. Ling and I are siblings, so it's normal for her to miss me. I miss her as well, so I'm here to see her. Ling Xiao greeted the two of them, then continued, Ling and I are siblings. Well, you're considerate, Xiao Wei said with a smile. Then a look of surprise flashed across his face. You're a divine king? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Xiao Yunhe said faintly, Yes, he's a divine king, and he's not even 100 years old. What an amazing kid. Xiao Jinsai also saw Ling Xiao's strength. She immediately smiled from ear to ear and said, I didn't expect that in less than 2 years, little brother Xiao's cultivation would improve so much. No wonder the elders of the family think so highly of you. It's really a blessing for our family. Haha, if you keep praising me, I won't be able to stay any longer. Ling Xiao's face became slightly red. At this time, Ling Gang said to Xiao Jinsai, Auntie, you might not know this, but Uncle Xiao is also a divine alchemist. He's already been appointed as a high-level inner court elder by the sect master. He's also received a badge from the Medicine Union. He's the first person in our Dragon Gate since ancient times. What? Little brother Xiao, you're also a divine alchemist? Xiao Jinsai exclaimed. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yuanhe and Xiao Wei also looked like they couldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ling Xiao lightly touched the bridge of his nose and said, This doesn't seem like a big deal. Xiao Jinsai, Xiao Yuanhe, and Xiao Wei were all shocked. Divine kings who were less than 100 years old would occasionally appear in the heaven realm, but a divine alchemist who was less than 100 years old was definitely the first in history. If this was called not a big deal, then how could others live? Chapter 1188. Ling Xiao's arrival had diluted the tense atmosphere of the Xiao family. Anyway, it was a good thing for the Xiao family to befriend a godly alchemist. The Xiao family didn't even have a godly alchemist. Every year, they had to spend a lot of divine crystals to buy the divine pellets. Of course, they had to use their relationship with Dragon Gate to get the divine pellets. Otherwise, just to buy the divine pellets would have been too much for them. To show the Xiao family's welcome to Ling Xiao's team, Xiao Yuanhe had invited some of the important elders to host a banquet to welcome Ling Xiao's team. Of course, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling met one more time. Xiao Ling was still so charming. She was wearing a gorgeous silk dress, which made her look more elegant and noble. Her ethereal aura always gave people a feeling of infatuation. "Brother Ling Xiao!" Xiao Ling screamed in surprise. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace in front of so many people. Ling Xiao sniffed the fragrance he hadn't felt for a long time. He looked happy, patting her shoulder. "How are you doing, Ling Heir?" Xiao Ling nodded and then shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of longing. "Silly girl, are you okay or not?" Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Mom and Dad are good to me. Everybody is good to me. But brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa aren't with me. I don't feel good." Xiao Ling was still naive and straightforward. She hadn't changed a bit. "Haha. Brother Ling Xiao is here to see you, right? And your grandpa, after he's done with his business, he will come to see you too," comforted Ling Xiao. He also thought that Xiaofeng, the top warrior of the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, had gone somewhere to do something. With his competence, only incipient God Realm warriors could hurt him. "Yes, I also believe that Grandpa will definitely come to see Linger," Xiao Ling said with a face full of longing. "Alright, so many people are watching. Go and talk to sister-in-law." Ling Xiao let go of Xiao Ling and asked her to talk to Eurofei. Eurofei was not good with words, but in the face of Xiao Ling's innocent and bright personality, she also felt that they got along well. At this moment, Xiao Jinsai brought a beautiful woman to Ling Xiao. She introduced, "Sister-in-law, this is Ling Xiao, your brother-in-law's youngest brother." This beautiful woman was Xiao Ling's mother, Su Wei. She looked somewhat similar to Xiao Ling. No wonder why Xiao Jinsai could recognize Xiao Ling when they first met. Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "Thank you, Ling Xiao. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see my daughter again." Ling Xiao returned the courtesy. "It's my duty. You don't need to be so polite." To be honest, he and Ling Chun were of the same generation, and Xiao Jinsai was his sister-in-law. Naturally, her brother and sister-in-law were also of the same generation as him. However, Xiao Ling called him brother, so he really did not know how to address Xiao Wei and Su Wei. "My daughter has always been thinking about you. You are indeed a talented man." However, Ling Heir is naive and simple. She still doesn't know the difference between the generations. "You are of the same generation as Big Sister and me, so Ling Heir should call you uncle. What do you think?" Su Wei emphasized. Originally, there was nothing wrong with these words. But when Ling Xiao saw Su Wei's seriousness and vigilance, he seemed to feel that she was unhappy with him. "Well, perhaps it is more suitable for Ling Heir to call me uncle, but it depends on whether she likes it." Ling Xiao replied softly. "Regardless of whether she likes it or not, it is better for you to be her uncle. This seniority cannot be messed up, lest something goes wrong," Su Wei firmly reminded him. If Su Wei's previous sentence was just to emphasize Ling Xiao's identity, then this sentence faintly contained a hint of threat, as if she did not want to see her daughter have any interaction with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. He was just about to say something, but Xiao Jinsai, who was beside him, said, "Su Wei, could it be that you think Ling Xiao is a person with a bad character?" After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Ling Xiao and Ling Heir are just siblings. Don't think too much about it. We will do our own thing and they will do theirs. It will not affect anything. This is not a big deal." Xiao Jinsai was an experienced person, so how could she not understand what Su Wei meant? Although Su Wei was her sister-in-law, this kind of attitude made her very uncomfortable, not to mention that Ling Xiao was also her clan brother. Su Wei said, "Big sister, that is not what I mean. He has done us a favor, and we have to repay him. When we get back, I will ask Brother Wei to pay him 100 million divine gems. My condition is that he does not come to see Ling Er in the future." Ling Xiao was angry when he heard this. Did this woman think that Ling Xiao was some irrelevant person? Did she think that he came to see Ling Er, and she thought that he had designs on Ling Er? If this person was not Xiao Ling's mother, Ling Xiao would have sent her flying with a slap. "I don't understand. Mother, why do you say that to brother Ling Xiao?" Xiao Ling, who was not far away, walked over and looked at his mother with dissatisfaction. "Ling Er, what are you talking about?" Su Wei glared at her daughter. "You don't allow brother Ling Xiao to see me. I hate you. I want to be with brother Ling Xiao." Xiao Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Xiao's arm, saying very seriously, although Xiao Ling was Su Wei's biological daughter, she had been separated from her family since she was a child. She did not have deep feelings for her parents. The person she loved the most was her grandfather, who had taken care of her for more than 20 years, and then Ling Xiao. How could she tolerate her mother talking about her brother Ling Xiao like that? "Ling Er, do you know what you are saying? You should call him Uncle Ling Xiao." Su Wei was a little annoyed. "No, he is brother Ling Xiao. What right do you have to say that to him?" Xiao Ling was very stubborn. Su Wei was so angry that she could not speak. At this time, the other people also noticed the situation here. Ling Xiao touched Xiao Ling's beautiful hair and said, "Ling Er, you should call him Uncle Ling Xiao. I am much older than you." "Brother Ling Xiao, don't you like Ling Er anymore?" Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao with eyes like a woman's robe, and tears fell uncontrollably. That delicate and pitiful appearance really made people feel distressed. "Well, in the future, don't call me uncle, call me brother. Look at you, crying like a cat. How ugly is it?" Ling Xiao's heart softened, and he wiped Xiao Ling's tears with a smile. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xiao Ling's gloomy face turned bright. Just when she wanted to say something, Su Wei pulled her over and said, "Ling Er, come back to my room with me." Xiao Ling shook off Su Wei's hand and said, "I don't want to. I want to be with brother Ling Xiao." "Why are you so willful? You are my daughter, so you must listen to me. Later, I will introduce you to someone who is 100 times more handsome and capable than him." Su Wei did not care so much and directly said what she thought in her heart. Ever since Xiao Ling came back, she had a thought in her heart, and that was to quickly find the best in-laws for her. First, she could let Xiao Ling live a happier life, and second, she could protect her Xiao family. These thoughts were not wrong. The fault was that she did not understand Xiao Ling. At the same time, she also did not understand Ling Xiao. She felt that even if Ling Xiao was a person of Kim people, if she married over there like her elder sister, she would not be able to help their Xiao family. Therefore, she would not allow her daughter to walk this path. This time, Xiao Ling could not struggle at all. She just screamed, "Let me go! Let me go! I hate you!" This was her own daughter, Su Wei, and she actually said that she hated her. Her heart was slightly aching. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to step forward to stop her, Xiao Jinsai pulled his hand and shook her head. At this time, a figure quickly walked over and gave Su Wei a heavy slap. "Pa! What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly let go of Ling Er." Xiao Wei shouted furiously. You actually hit me for an outsider?" Su Wei pointed at Xiao Wei with a wronged expression. "Outsider? If it was not for Divine Master Ling, how could Ling Er return to our side? He is our benefactor, yet you speak to him like this. You can be shameless, but my Xiao family's face cannot be completely lost by you." Xiao Wei loudly scolded. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary god king, then it would be fine. However, he was also a divine alchemist who was not even 100 years old. This identity was enough to make any power treat him as a distinguished guest. If Ling Xiao could stay with their Xiao family for a period of time and help them refine some divine pills, who knows how many divine crystals they could save. At the same time, they could also benefit many of their disciples. And his wife actually offended him. She really did not know what was good for her. What divine master Ling, at best, he is just a little brat. Could it be that you want to marry your daughter to the Sky Dragon domain? I don't care what elder sister can do for us. In any case, I can't let my daughter marry over there. With my daughter's aptitude, we can marry into the Black Tortoise sect. Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. She and Ling Xiao were both low-level god kings. She could see through Ling Xiao's age, but she could not see through Ling Xiao's strength. Moreover, she did not care who Ling Xiao was. Now that the conflict between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect was getting worse, she had to rely on her daughter to find a strong backer, so that she could continue to be the Xiao family's young mistress. Slap! Xiao Wei once again mercilessly slapped Su Wei's other cheek. You stupid woman! What do you know? He is a genuine divine alchemist, and you are not enough to carry his shoes for him. Immediately apologize to Divine Master Ling. Otherwise, you will not be a member of the Xiao family in the future. Xiao Wei was furious. Now that the River Diagram sect was provoking him, he was extremely anxious, and his woman had offended the divine alchemist, who he had wanted to curry favor with. It was no wonder that he was so angry. A divine alchemist, after all, if he became his son-in-law, it would be better for the Xiao family than his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law had to consider the thoughts of the other people in the sect, and now there were many problems within the Dragon Gate. But Ling Xiao was different. As an alchemist, he could concoct pills for whoever he wanted, and no one would dare to restrict him. In the future, even if Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, they could still continue to ask Ling Xiao to concoct pills for them. Although the journey was a little long, it was still worth it. Su Wei was hit twice, and she was dumbfounded. She cried bitterly, turned around, and left the hall. Chapter 1189. Ling Xiao had never thought that his trip to the Xiao family would cause such a huge ruckus. However, it did not mean that he regretted coming to the Xiao family. He could tell that Xiao Ling's mother seemed to be snobbish, which might not be a good thing for Xiao Ling. Xiao Wei said to Ling Xiao apologetically, Divine Master Ling, please forgive me. My wife is just worried about Ling Heir. He really did not want to offend Ling Xiao because of this matter. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Ling, who was at a loss of what to do, and replied, It's nothing. I won't take it to heart. After pausing for a moment, he continued, But, if Ling Heir is unhappy here, I won't let her stay here. Xiao Ling threw himself into Ling Xiao's embrace again and cried, Brother Ling Xiao, take me away. Let's go find grandfather together. Okay? I don't want to stay here. Xiao Wei panicked a little, and immediately said, Ling Heir, don't be impulsive. Your mother was just confused for a moment. Father will definitely treat you well. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and only caressed Xiao Ling's back, not saying anything else. From the looks of it, perhaps she really wasn't happy staying at home. Xiao Jinsai walked over and pulled Xiao Ling away. She gave Ling Xiao a look, meaning for her to persuade Ling Heir first. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in and said to Xiao Yuanhe, Patriarch, the eighth elder brought people to negotiate with the people from the River Diagram sect. But not only did the people from the River Diagram sect ignore them, they even killed many of our people. Patriarch, please send reinforcements, or else the others will be in danger. What? They're going too far. Xiao Yuanhe slammed the table and roared. Xiao Wei shouted angrily, Father, we can't take it anymore. I'll bring people to fight them right now. Let's see if they have the guts to eat our Xiao family. As he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Yuanhe's order and immediately walked out of the hall. Old 7, Old 9, immediately bring people to assist Wei Er. You must rescue Old 8. Xiao Yuanhe ordered. The two middle-aged men in the hall immediately cried out in alarm and hurried out of the hall. Looking at the anxious Xiao Yuanhe, Xiao Jinsai comforted him. Father, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Xiao Wei is a bit impulsive, but his strength is there for all to see. AI looks like the River Diagram sect wants to play big this time. I'll have to report this matter to the ancestor. Xiao Yuanhe sighed. He wanted to return to his family's rear courtyard and ask the true person in charge of the Xiao family to go out and uphold justice. Patriarch, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to disturb the old ancestor now. He once said that we can only disturb him when it's a matter of life and death, a Xiao clan elder reminded. Xiao Wenhe hesitated for a moment, then said fiercely, "Damn it, then we'll wait quietly for a day and see if the river diagram sect really wants to eat up our Xiao family. At that time, even if we have to sacrifice all our men, we'll fight them to the death. Father, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, the people by my side can also lend you a hand. They're all my clansmen, and all of them have the strength to fight 1 against 3. Even the river diagram sect wouldn't dare to be presumptuous." Xiao Jinsai replied from the side. "And looks like that's the only way." Xiao Yuanhe replied helplessly. Ling Xiao didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that something big must have happened to the Xiao family. However, this had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to pay attention to it. Xiao Yuanhe arranged for Ling Xiao and the others to settle down first. Ling Xiao told Xiao Ling about how much he missed her during these 2 years of separation. Ling Xiao understood that Xiao Ling didn't have any grievances. It was just that her mother kept nagging her to find a family with a strong backing for her. This matter had always made Xiao Ling feel vexed. Although her character was naive and simple, she wasn't a brainless person. She didn't want someone to arbitrarily arrange her happiness for the rest of her life. "Don't worry, Ling heir. No one can force you. If you're really unhappy, Brother Ling Xiao will take you away." Ling Xiao comforted her. Xiao Ling was somewhat hesitant. But I can't bear to part with father and grandfather. They're very good to me." Her heart was very conflicted. Why couldn't the person she liked always stay by her side and live together with her? "And you have to think about it carefully. I can see that your father loves you very much. He won't force you to do anything. And Brother Ling Xiao can also come to see you often," Ling Xiao said. Xiao Ling nodded helplessly. She buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest and quietly enjoyed this moment of comfort. However, this enjoyment did not last long before it was broken by someone else. Xiao Jinsai hurried to find Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Xiao, can I use Ling Gang and the people who came with you?" Although Xiao Jinsai was the headmaster's wife, she didn't have the right to directly order Kim people's people, because Ling Chun was only an elder in the Kim people's group, not a high position. "Sister-in-law, you are too polite. What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jinsai and asked. Xiao Jinsai hesitated for a while and then briefly told him about the grievances between the Xiao family and the river diagram sect. At the same time, she also told him that Xiao Wei had gone to help his family. "Brother Xiao, among your protector elders, Ling Gang is the strongest, and I have Ling Zhu and Ling Mu by my side. With the 3 of them leading the others, and with the help of the other elders, I'm sure that my brother will be saved," Xiao Jinsai pleaded with Ling Xian. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. This was an important matter for the headmaster's wife's family. It was also Ling Heir's family. He couldn't refuse. "Since it's like this, I can take them with me," Ling Xiao asked. I'm afraid that's not good. You are the hope of the sect. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to face your brother," Xiao Jinsai said. "Haha, don't worry. I'm just gonna take a look. If I can help, it'll be great. If I can't, I should be able to protect myself." Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Jinsai was in a dilemma. Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary elder. If he really went and something happened to him, it wouldn't be good. Ling Xiao promised again, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm not a member of your Xiao family, so they shouldn't make things difficult for me." Xiao Jinsai hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, you must promise me that no matter what happens, you must protect yourself first. Otherwise, I won't have the face to go back and see your brother." Ling Xiao nodded. His eyes filled with confidence. He was already a low-level god king. His battle strength wasn't inferior to any mid-level god king. With his soul power attacks, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Ling Xiao left Eurofei and Sha Tian behind and brought the other 13 people with him. In addition to the 26 people who had escorted Xiao Zhensai here, a total of 40 God Kings joined the Xiao family's camp and headed out of the Luoyu River. With the addition of 40 God Kings, Xiao Yuanhe's confidence increased greatly. He thought to himself, "This time, I should be able to make the river diagram sect retreat." Ling Zhao's group and the Xiao family's people only had a total of 80 people. The Xiao family only had 40 God Kings, and Xiao Wei and the others had already brought more than 100 people. However, such a number was still left behind. It seemed that the river diagram sect definitely had a lot of God Kings. When Ling Xiao and the others had yet to reach their destination, they could already sense a series of terrifying explosions coming from the sky in the distance. Many types of divine powers were flying everywhere, and from afar it looked very colorful. The Xiao family's people looked into the distance, and their eyes were red with anger. One of the elders shouted, "The bastards of the river diagram sect are going too far." As soon as he finished shouting, he summoned his protective spiritual beast and rushed forward impatiently. The other people from the Xiao family did the same, and they all rushed over to help their people. The people around Ling Xiao didn't move, and this time the ones leading them were Ling Zhu and Ling Mu. The two of them were of the same generation as Ling Xiao, and they were both high-level God Kings. The strongest of them, Ling Gang, was by Ling Zhao's side at all times. "How do the two of you plan to help?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Zhu and Ling Mu. The two of them were already old and clumsy, and they were much older than Ling Xiao. Ling Zhu and Ling Mu were both veterans who had experienced many battles, and they definitely wouldn't be as impulsive as ordinary people. Ling Zhu frowned and said, "It's best if we hide and see what's going on before we attack." Ling Mu said, "That's right. This way we can achieve the effect of a surprise attack and catch them off guard. Only then will we be able to solve their problem." Ling Xiao agreed with their words and immediately replied, "Then let's do as the two big brothers say. We'll wait and see first, then we'll quickly attack and give them a surprise." Immediately afterwards, everyone concealed their auras and hid in the clouds, paying attention to the battle between the two forces. In the sky above the battlefield, the Xiao family had more than 40 people, and the situation had stabilized. The Xiao family had already sent out more than 200 God Kings 3 times, but now, including the 40 from before, there were only 100 left. Almost 70 to 80 God Kings had been killed by the other side. Could be said that the Xiao family had suffered heavy losses in this battle. There were still more than 200 people on the other side, and they had the upper hand in numbers. As the leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Wei brandished his dual halberd divine weapon against the 2 high-level God Kings, and his body was already covered in wounds. "Xiao Wei, your Xiao family should obediently submit to our river diagram sect, or else all of you will be buried on Luoyu River today," one of the young men from the river diagram sect who was surrounding Xiao Wei shouted. This young man was the young sect master of the river diagram sect, He Jian. He was also a high-level God King like Xiao Wei. In a one-on-one fight, his battle strength was about the same as Xiao Wei's, but now that he had the help of another high-level God King, killing Xiao Wei was only a matter of time. "Humph. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." Xiao Wei coldly snorted. He crossed his dual halberd and attacked He Jian with all his might, completely ignoring the flaws behind him. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning on exchanging a life for a life. Chapter 1190. It was obvious that the Xiao family's reinforcements could only hold on for a short while, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, looked like he was going all out as he charged towards the river sword without any regard for his life. He didn't know how many times he had been hit by the other person from the river diagram sect. The armor on his body was about to be destroyed, and blood was flowing out of his body. If this were to continue, then he would probably be blasted to the point that his body and soul would be annihilated. Ling Xiao and the others had been paying attention to the battle, and it was about time for them to go and help. However, Ling Zhu suspected that these people might have come prepared, and he didn't know if the other side had any reinforcements. Ling Mu, who was at the side, said, "There should be some people in the other direction, but there shouldn't be too many. It's just that, even if we join in, we will still be lacking in numbers." "Uncle Zhu, Uncle Mu, why do you need to speak so much nonsense? Aunt told us to come and help, so no matter what, we have to go and help. Besides, so what if they have more people? With our clan's strength, we can fight against 10 people. Even if we go to the profound sky region, we can't tarnish our clan's reputation. If they know what's good for them, they should stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." The people of the Kim people all loved to fight, especially people like Ling Gang, the Senjin of Goguryeo. He had relied on battle after battle to reach his current level, and his strength was also the strongest among them. He was confident that he could help the Shao family exterminate the other party. Ling Shao, on the other hand, agreed with Ling Gang's words. "That's right, we, the people of the Kim people, are all people who can fight against 100 people. Brothers, don't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, when we return, it will be difficult for sister-in-law, and the Shao family will say that we didn't put in enough effort." Ling Zhu and Ling Mu knew that the two of them had a point, so they immediately ordered everyone to go and help. Following the order, Ling Gang was the first to attack. His protective spiritual beast was not a flood dragon, but a golden lion king. It was extremely majestic and mighty, and the lion's roar immediately injured quite a few people. "The dragon gate of the Sky Dragon domain is here. Who dares to make things difficult for the Shao family? They must be tired of living." Ling Gang made the first move. He used the name of the Dragon Gate and stabbed his golden dagger axe towards the nearest God King of the River Diagram sect. That mid-level God King didn't even have the time to react before his head was pierced. His soul was also destroyed and he died. The people of the River Diagram sect hadn't expected that the Shao family would send more reinforcements. Looking at the mighty Ling Gang, they were all shocked. It was also at this moment that Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and the others arrived. They heavily injured a dozen or so God Kings from the River Diagram sect, and a few of them died. Apart from the direct descendants of the Kim people, all of them could increase their combat power by more than 10 to 20 times. They were almost invincible among their peers. The addition of such a powerful force was the best support for the Shao family, as well as the greatest deterrence for the River Diagram sect. "Damn it! Why are the people of the Dragon Gate of the Sky Dragon domain here?" An elder of the River Diagram sect cried out in panic. The Dragon Gate was a first-rate overlord in the Heaven region. Their name had long spread throughout the Heaven region. Even the Xuanwu sect of the Profound Sky region was inferior to them. When they heard that the other side was from the Dragon Gate, their hearts were greatly shaken. "I know, they must have been sent by the Shao family to ask for reinforcements. The daughter of the Shao family's head, Shao Yuanhe, seems to be married to the head of the Dragon Gate." Another person replied, "What's the point of talking so much? They don't have many people. Let's send some people to stop them and kill the Shao family's people first." Another person cried out. The stronger members of the River Diagram sect all charged towards Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, Ling Gang, and the others. Now that the Shao family had received reinforcements, they once again became excited and started killing their enemies. Shen Yuyi, who was beside Ling Shao, was also extremely excited. He really wanted to rush up and kill to his heart's content. However, Ling Shao hadn't given the order yet, so he didn't dare to act rashly. "Old Yi, protect me from the side," Ling Shao said, his eyes filled with excitement. "What, protect? Boss is on the battlefield right now, why do you need to protect me? We should kill our way up first." Shen Yuyi said in confusion, "I said to protect me, so just protect me. What's the point of talking so much? I'll let you kill to your heart's content later." Ling Shao said seriously. Shen Yuyi didn't know what Ling Shao wanted to do, so he could only shut up and protect him. Ling Shao stood in the air. He actually closed his eyes and began to circulate the soul-controlling art. He didn't want to control anyone, but he wanted to absorb the large amount of remnant soul energy on the battlefield. These were all divine souls of divine kings. Some had not suffered heavy injuries yet and still had the chance to regenerate. Some were already injured to the extreme and weakened. If they still didn't have anything to rely on or were affected by the power again, then their life force would be completely severed. There were no less than 100 divine kings who died on this battlefield. A portion of them were destroyed in body and soul, but there was still quite a lot of soul force remaining. Ling Xiao wanted to capture all of these soul forces in one fell swoop. This was an extremely great tonic for him. Presently, his divine soul was already at the middle stage divine king realm. If it went up again, that would definitely be for the best. Ling Xiao's soul force was like a large net, first wrapping up those weakest remnant souls, absorbing them into the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Those remnant souls had just destroyed their fleshly bodies, losing more than half of their divine soul force. There was simply no way to escape Ling Xiao's capture. After absorbing these remnant souls, Ling Xiao rapidly divided their power and absorbed it to strengthen his divine soul. Of course, the power of these remnant souls was extremely weak, so he absorbed them extremely quickly. However, he was not satisfied with that, so he turned his attention to the complete divine souls that wanted to escape from the battlefield. Of course, Ling Xiao only targeted the divine souls of the River Diagram sect. He couldn't attack the people from the Xiao family. The divine souls of those divine kings all had a certain amount of battle and defensive power. However, their fleshly bodies had been destroyed, and their soul force was weak. It was difficult for their battle power to compare with their fleshly bodies. In the face of Ling Xiao's soul force attack, they were completely unable to withstand a single blow. "Who the hell are you? How dare you go against the River Diagram sect?" A relatively stronger divine soul shouted in Ling Xiao's direction. His condensed form was relatively real, and his battle power was actually still at the peak of the low-stage divine king realm. Clearly, his fleshly body should have the strength of a high-stage divine king. Otherwise, how could he still have such a complete divine soul force after being killed? Hehe. Looks like you're very silly. You're already dead, and you're still asking me who I am? Of course, I'm an emissary sent by King Yama. I'm here to bring your soul to the netherworld. Ling Xiao's divine soul laughed coldly, and directly used a soul force battle skill to smash this divine soul into pieces. In next to no time, Ling Xiao completely absorbed this soul. Just as Ling Xiao was absorbing soul force unscrupulously, the people from the River Diagram sect had already killed their way over. The people who came were only 3 low-stage divine kings. They didn't dare to fight against those who were stronger, so they could only find people who were as strong as them to fight. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Kill them for me. A peak low-stage divine king said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao and Shen Yuyi. Immediately afterward, the 2 low-stage divine kings beside him rushed over, and their 9th-grade Saint Beasts also attacked at the same time. Shen Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon were already prepared. The Earth Spike Dragon had already devoured the dragon blood that Ling Xiao had obtained from the dragons, and it had also received the Earth Attribute Beast Core that Shen Yuyi had been feeding it for a long time. It had already become a 10th-grade Earth Spike Dragon half a year ago. Earth Spike Dragon, follow me and kill them, Shen Yuyi shouted, his battle intent soaring. 1 man and 1 beast, both known for their defense, met the 2 divine kings and the 2 saint beasts head-on, and began to kill them like they were crushing dry weeds. Shen Yuyi went all out, and his barbarian blood was pushed to the peak. The power between his axes was terrifying, and a special aura condensed around him. As soon as the 2 divine kings entered this area, they immediately felt as if there were 10 mountains pressing down on them at the same time. Their speed and attacks became a lot slower. Gravity aura. Wasn't this the aura released by the godly axe gang's Ba Longxing? Gravity field was a special field that could only be cultivated by Earth attribute martial artists. It could cause the surroundings of the user to become heavy, increasing the gravity of all those who entered the range, making it impossible for them to adapt to this kind of heavy field, and causing their speed and attack to be greatly affected. Shen Yuyi comprehended some of the mysteries of this in the battle with Ba Longxing, and with his own deduction, he finally condensed this gravity aura. However, the range was still a lot smaller than Ba Longxing's. But for the current situation, it was more than enough for him to kill the enemy. The two low-stage divine kings didn't expect Shen Yuyi to have such a trump card, and they were a little panicked. When they wanted to retreat from the gravity aura, the power of Shen Yuyi's axes had already slashed down towards them. The momentum was like lightning, and the two of them were instantly split in half. Blood sprayed all over the sky. Shen Yuyi's attack succeeded, and he revealed a look of incomparable excitement. He rushed towards the peak low-stage divine king. When that person saw the scene, he was so scared that he directly turned around and ran, not daring to fight Shen Yuyi at all. Shen Yuyi wanted to chase after him, but when he thought of Ling Xiao, who was not far away, he hurriedly retreated to protect Ling Xiao. What is boss doing? Now is not the time to play around. Shen Yuyi wondered in his heart. Although he could kill ordinary divine kings, if a more powerful divine king came, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao also knew that the situation was urgent. He couldn't collect all the divine souls here one by one. In the end, he focused his attention on the divine souls of the two low-stage divine kings that Shen Yuyi had just killed. They had just died, and their divine souls were still intact. They didn't dare to stay on the battlefield, and fled as fast as they could. However, two huge soul catchers grabbed them, and instantly pulled them into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to get rid of these two divine souls first. As more and more divine souls were absorbed by him, Ling Xiao's divine soul directly soared to the mid-stage divine king realm, and was not far from the peak. He just had to wait until the end of this battle to completely refine it, and it would be reasonable for him to reach the peak of mid-stage divine king. Chapter 1191. The low-level peak-stage god king from the river diagram sect who had just escaped returned. However, this time he was no longer the leader. Instead, it was another mid-level god king who was taking the lead. Senior brother Chun. It's this brat who harmed our two junior brothers. He cultivates the earth attribute and has already condensed a gravity field. Be careful. The low-level peak-stage god king pointed at Shen Yuyi and shouted. The mid-level god king said disdainfully, "A mere low-level god king. Even a gravity field can't do anything to me." After saying that, the sword in his hand created countless waves that blasted towards Shen Yuyi. These waves were real waves, like a 12th grade tsunami. The mighty might of the heavens was truly terrifying. Shen Yuyi knew that a tough opponent had come, and he shouted at the Earth Spike Dragon, "Earth Spike Dragon, you guard the boss? I'll deal with him." After saying that, yellow earth energy revolved around his body, and the gravity field also appeared, meeting the mid-level God King head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mid-level God King's strength was a whole level higher than Shen Yuyi's. Even if Shen Yuyi activated all his brute force to the peak, he still seemed to be unable to deal with it. His gravity field was directly destroyed by the opponent, and his whole body was also sent flying far away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for his amazing defense, he would have died from this blow. Shen Yuyi was full of killing intent, and he shouted, drawing out all his divine force and bloodline power, waving the two axes with world-destroying momentum, and once again killing towards the mid-level God King. The mid-level God King revealed a somewhat dignified expression, not daring to hold back anymore. "I didn't expect a mere low-level God King to have this kind of power, but it's a pity that you met me. You're destined to die young." The mid-level God King's body burst forth with countless blue blades, and they shot towards Shen Yuyi. Each blade was condensed from water divine force, and each sword had the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful attacks intertwined, and a powerful collision sound rang out, and many attribute powers continuously splashed in all directions. This time, Shen Yuyi actually wasn't injured, and he only retreated 100 meters, but he was still able to withstand it. "So what if you're stronger than me? You're only SSO." Shen Yuyi said provocatively, and once again used his full strength to attack. That mid-level God King was rather depressed. He was a level higher than the other party, but he was only able to push the other party back. As the two of them fought, the other low-level divine king from the river diagram sect flew towards Ling Xiao. The Earth Spike Dragon was being held back by the mid-tier God King's Holy Beast and the low-tier God King's Holy Beast. It was impossible for it to protect Ling Xiao. The low-level peak stage God King arrived not far away from Ling Xiao and said proudly, "Is there something wrong with this brat?" He actually closed his eyes and rested on the battlefield. Truly admirable. As he spoke, he quickly slashed his sword at Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao. However, when his sword slashed towards Ling Xiao was no longer where he was, and what was slashed was only an afterimage. The low-level peak stage God King's eyes twitched, and he asked in surprise, "Where is he?" "I'm here." Ling Xiao was already behind that person, and he patted him on the shoulder. That person was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and without thinking, he immediately turned around and slashed with his sword. However, halfway through his movement, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his neck, and his corpse directly fell from the sky. His soul instantly overflowed from his head, and he revealed a look of extreme fear and immediately tried to escape. However, how could Ling Xiao let him go so easily? His soul was immediately sucked into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and temporarily stored as fertilizer. Ling Xiao licked his lips, revealing a look of longing, and said, "I'll properly replenish my soul power today." After saying that, his figure flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, he swept in front of the mid-level God King that Xian Yi was fighting. The ice and fire sword slashed down from the sky, and a majestic force like a collapsing iceberg pressed down on the mid-level God King. The mid-level God King didn't expect that someone would suddenly launch a sneak attack, and with such speed and such domineering power. He didn't even think about it, and immediately raised his sword to meet the attack. However, when he came into contact with the opponent's power, he only felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning, and his body was smashed down fiercely, and he vomited blood wildly. Ling Xiao's attack succeeded, and he immediately used his soul power to chase after the mid-level God King, and the ice and fire sword condensed from his soul power pierced straight towards the mid-level God King's sea of consciousness and soul. The mid-level God King didn't have time to recover from his injuries, and his soul was suddenly injured, and he immediately let out a miserable scream. Ling Xiao's figure flashed downwards, and the sword in his hand descended. That mid-level God King immediately perished under his sword, and even his divine soul was mercilessly taken away. Xian Yi saw that the mid-level God King had died under Ling Xiao's hands in just a few moments, and he immediately swallowed a few times and murmured, "As expected of the boss. This is too terrifying." Ling Xiao said to the dazed Xian Yi, "Old Ji, take care of yourself. I'll go support the others." The situation wasn't as one-sided as before. With the help of the Dragon Gate's people, the Xiao family gradually stabilized their position, and many of the River Diagram Sect's God Kings were killed by the high-level God Kings of the Dragon Gate. They were all Kim people's people, and after increasing their battle prowess, they were practically invincible within the same realm. If it weren't for the fact that the River Diagram Sect had a few Sinjin of Goguryeo from the profound sky region to withstand the pressure from Ling Xiao, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang, they would have suffered even greater losses. The people of the River Diagram Sect gradually realized that if this continued, it would really end with both sides suffering heavy losses. One of them sent out a signal, and it seemed that reinforcements were coming. "Damn it, do you really want to fight to the death with our Xiao family?" One of the Xiao family's elders shouted angrily. One of the Xiao family's elders sneered, "Today, we'll kill you first, and in the future, we'll kill everyone in the Xiao family." How arrogant. It seems that no one has our Dragon Gate in their eyes. Ling Gang was very displeased. So what if you're the Dragon Gate? This is the profound sky region, not the heavenly dragon region. As the saying goes, only ferocious dragons cross the river. Even if you're ferocious dragons, after crossing the river, you'll still have to bow down to us. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave now or else. All of you will stay here. He Jian, the young sect master of the River Diagram Sect, said arrogantly. At this time, He Jian and another person were already preparing to take down the extremely weak Xiao Wei. Damn it, today we'll cross the river and let you see who dares to touch the Xiao family. Our Dragon Gate will definitely not rest until you're dead. Ling Gang wanted to get rid of the person he was fighting, and he rushed in the direction of Xiao Wei to help. Unfortunately, the other party had two people surrounding him, and he couldn't get away for a while. Just as a high-level God King was about to kill Xiao Wei with a single sword strike, a terrifying force surged over from a different direction. A golden dragon, which seemed to be real, directly roared for thousands of miles, and the destructive sound waves caused the eardrums of the people who heard it to rupture and bleed. That high-level God King suffered a heavy injury when he was struck by this attack, and his body was sent flying. However, his body hadn't fallen too far when a dragon fist punched out from the sky, directly blasting his divine body apart. Bang! His divine body was completely shattered, and divine blood splattered everywhere, appearing incomparably resplendent. A handsome golden-haired young man stood there with a disdainful look on his face, and he was laughing coldly. The nearby divine kings were all scared silly. That was a high-level divine king, and he actually exploded his divine body with a single move. What kind of strength was this? Apart from Ling Xiao, no one here knew who this young man was. This was because he was Ling Xiao's divine dragon protector, the Golden Dragon 13th Prince. He and Ling Xiao were equals, and they didn't sign any contract. However, he still listened to Ling Xiao's words. He was already a high-level 10th-tier existence. Although he was on the same level as a human high-level divine king, he was the most powerful divine beast clan, and his strength was incomparable. That high-level divine king was first hit by the 13th Prince's dragon roar, and then he was completely defenseless, and the 13th Prince smashed him with a punch. Ling Xiao had only used this trump card as a last resort, but he didn't expect the 13th Prince to be so crude. "Thank you, brother, for saving me." Xiao Wei looked at the 13th Prince and cupped his hands. "Hey, if you want to thank someone, thank him. I'm only here to kill someone." The 13th Prince pointed at Ling Xiao and then rushed towards He Jian. He Jian was already scared out of his wits by the 13th Prince's attack. He immediately cried out in fear, "Elder Ling, come and save me." Just as the 13th Prince was about to hit He Jian, a majestic force surged from a direction, and layers of ice crystals condensed into a thick wall, blocking the 13th Prince's fist. Rumble, rumble. The ice wall was shattered by the 13th Prince's punch. It was also this obstruction that gave He Jian a chance to escape. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the 13th Prince. He seemed to be middle-aged, and he held an ice sword in his hand. He rode on a blue-eyed ice statue, and he emitted a dense, icy aura. This person was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo of the River Diagram sect. His name was Ling Hanfeng, and he was the strongest existence in the River Diagram sect. He had the strength of a peak divine king like Ling Gang. As he appeared, the dozens of divine kings hiding in the distance all rushed over. They were the last trump card of the River Diagram sect, and there were a few Senjin of Goguryeo among them. Their battle prowess was only slightly lower than Ling Hanfeng's. With this new force, the River Diagram sect would probably gain the upper hand again. At this moment, the two sides finally separated and returned to their respective camps, forming a stalemate. Almost all the divine kings of the River Diagram sect were mobilized, and the Xiao family did not hold back too much. Presumably, after this battle, one of the forces would withdraw from the ranks of the super forces, or even be eliminated by one of the two forces. As the young sect master of the River Diagram sect, He Jian regained his confidence and shouted, "People of the Dragon Gate, retreat now, or I'll kill all of you too." How arrogant. Isn't the River Diagram sect afraid of the Dragon Gate's revenge? Ling Zhu shouted with a frown. Chapter 1192. Dragon Gate? Haha, get this straight. This isn't the Sky Dragon domain. He Jian laughed maniacally. Is that so? Does that mean he doesn't even place our Jin clan in his eyes? Ling Gang said in a low voice, He stared at Ling Hanfeng, who had just arrived. He was the only one who was worthy of being his opponent. The Kim people, no wonder you guys are so powerful. However, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Don't you know this? Ling Hanfeng asked fearfully. The Kim people were definitely one of the top families in the heaven domain. Even though they had been nurturing Chu Tao all these years, their reputation in the heaven domain was definitely not due to luck. The Kim people and the Golden Dragon had always been helping each other. This was no secret. Many superpowers were well aware of this. Among the many ancient clans, the Kim people were the most powerful. The demon sect was the most bloodthirsty. The Soul clan was the most cunning. The barbarian clan was the best at defense. The beast clan was the most united. This was something that had been proven in history. Humph, we didn't want to interfere in your affairs. However, our sect leader's wife is the Shao family's young mistress. We have no choice but to interfere. Ling Gang snorted. He Jian narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Ling, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? We have the advantage in numbers. Why should we be afraid of them? After a series of battles, both sides had received reinforcements. The River Diagram sect still had around 200 people, while the Shao family had around 160 people. They were 60 divine kings less than the other side. This was a huge difference. Ling Hanfeng waved his hand and looked at Ling Gang. We will give you some face. This part of the river is under the control of the River Diagram sect. Hurry up and leave. This is the River Diagram sect's bottom line. Before Ling Gang could say anything, Xiao Wei said unhappily, Bullsh *T. This area is under the Shao family's jurisdiction. You want to snatch the blood-stained silverstone mine that we found? Dream on. The blood-stained silverstone was an extremely precious god artifact material. The Shao family found it under the Luoyu River not long ago. Unfortunately, the people from the River Diagram sect had discovered it before they could mine it, and had come to take it away from them. That was why a series of conflicts had arisen. Of course, this was only a fuse. The Shao clan and the River Diagram sect had always been in conflict, but this was the first time a large-scale battle had occurred. So you really want to fight to the death? Could it be that you can't see the situation clearly? Ling Hanfeng sneered. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu spoke. How about this? The River Diagram sect will withdraw, and this place will belong to the Shao clan. We won't interfere for now. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Although the people of the Kim people could fend off a few of them, they could not withstand the large number of opponents. If they really fought to the end, they would probably all die. Although Ling Zhu wanted to seek justice for the Shao clan, he had to think about the people he had brought with him. They still had to escort the sect leader's wife back. In your dreams, we've paid such a high price. How can we give up the blood-stained silverstone mine? He Jian refused. Then he looked at Ling Hanfeng and said, Elder Ling, what did the sect leader tell you before you came? Help me kill them all. Ling Hanfeng nodded and said, Yes, it seems like there's nothing to say to them. Kill them. Following his order, the people of the River Diagram sect once again used their divine power to attack the people of the Shao clan and the people of the Kim people. How dare you? One day, my clan will come and destroy the River Diagram sect. Ling Zhu hadn't thought that the other side would be so arrogant. They didn't even give face to the Kim people. That depends on whether the Kim people can cross the river. I think the people of the Black Turtle sect won't just sit back and watch. Ling Hanfeng sneered. Do you think you've got us? Then I'll let you know the power of the Kim people. Ling Gang roared and smashed his golden dagger axe towards Ling Hanfeng. That's good. I'll see if the divine power of the Kim people is really that powerful. Ling Hanfeng was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky region. His ranking was also relatively high, so he naturally wasn't afraid to fight with Ling Gang. The battle began again. The direct descendants of the Kim people were in the front, while the others attacked from the back. After all, the people of the Kim people could not only increase their fighting strength, but also had the strongest defense and divine power to quickly recover from injuries. They were undoubtedly the strongest when it came to fighting and breaking through enemy lines. However, they couldn't handle the number of people on the other side, and the situation wasn't that optimistic. In this terrible, chaotic battle, a lot of divine power kept tumbling and exploding. This part of the world was almost turned over several times, and many turbulent cracks appeared from time to time. In the midst of the chaotic battle, not many people paid attention to Ling Xiao and Shen Yuyi. They were only treated as the weakest among them, and sooner or later, they would also lose their lives. The most eye-catching one was the 13th Prince. His fighting strength was almost unparalleled. As soon as Ling Xiao gave the order, it let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The weaker holy beasts of the river diagram sect were so frightened that they fell from the sky. The others were trembling uncontrollably. The 13th Prince charged into the group of people from the river diagram sect, and his dragon fist almost killed a divine king with a single punch. Even those divine weapons were directly destroyed by his power. The people of the river diagram sect were all scared out of their wits. None of them wanted to fight this terrifying guy. At this time, the 13th Prince had already killed 6 people in a row. Almost no one could stop him. The power that bombarded his body was like a plague, and couldn't hurt him at all. Humans are too weak, the 13th Prince roared discontentedly. Then he dashed toward He Jian. He Jian knew how strong the 13th Prince was, so he immediately shouted to the people around him, "Hurry up and stop him! Kill him for me!" The 2 protectors next to him attacked the 13th Prince at the same time. They were high-level divine kings, so they weren't weak at all. They were able to stop the 13th Prince. "This is more interesting," the 13th Prince said excitedly, and his fighting power continued to increase. His fists could be called the top divine weapons, and he kept punching the other 2. The 2 of them wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Their mid-grade divine artifacts had actually been forcefully destroyed by the other party. "Young master, run. This guy might be an expert from the Kim people. His body is as strong as a high-grade divine weapon. We can't hurt him," shouted a high-level divine king. The true dragon tribe was known as the strongest divine beasts. They could increase their fighting power by at least 100 times. That was why the 13th Prince could be so abnormal with his high-level divine king realm. If he returned to his real body, his fighting power would be at its peak. Without an incipient god realm expert, no one could defeat him. The 2 high-level divine kings couldn't resist many punches from the 13th Prince. They were blown away and wounded badly. "It's your turn." The 13th Prince grinned fiendishly and dashed toward He Jian. Although He Jian was afraid of the 13th Prince's power, he didn't retreat. No matter what, he was a high-level divine king, and he was the successor of the River Chart sect. Of course, he wasn't weak. He shouted crazily and attacked the 13th Prince with the divine weapon in his hand. The divine weapon in his hand wasn't an ordinary one, but a high-grade one. Only the young master of the sect could have it. The 13th Prince fought with his bare fists, so he was inevitably hurt by the divine weapon. The 13th Prince looked a little angry. "What a powerful weapon! But I have one too." As he spoke, a dragon spear condensed in his hand, and he thrust it at He Jian. Under the powerful collision, He Jian was forced to retreat. The web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding, and his internal organs were also hurt. He felt extremely uncomfortable. F***CK, I don't care if you're a human or a beast. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. He Jian was in a difficult situation. He knew that if this continued, he would die for sure. He gritted his teeth, took out a divine weapon, and threw it at the 13th Prince. Swoosh! As the divine weapon flew out, a dazzling light bloomed in the sky. A divine weapon that looked like an ancient map was spinning in the sky. Flows of god power crisscrossed and surged, giving people an invisible pressure. Everyone stopped fighting and looked at the divine map that had become several meters large. The people of the River Chart sect knew that it was one of the top divine weapons of their sect. Although it wasn't an ancient divine weapon, it had a special ability that could seal any divine king below the incipient god realm. Seal. He Jian controlled the divine map and flew toward the 13th prince. The divine map rippled with waves of light, entangling the 13th prince. He couldn't get rid of it. When it reached the 13th prince's head, the divine map changed again. It became 1,000 meters big and covered the 13th prince. The 13th prince was sucked in by the power of the divine map and couldn't get rid of it. Now he was forcefully suppressed. The divine map covered him instantly. Waves of divine light rippled unceasingly. It gradually shrunk until it was less than half a meter big. The 13th prince was squeezed so hard that he couldn't see his shadow. It was obvious that it was sealed in the divine diagram. Haha, this is our sealed river map. Can even seal a big river. Unless you're at the incipient god realm, you'll be sealed inside forever. He Jian laughed contentedly. This divine map required all of his energy to activate. He had used up all of his god power, so he had to swallow pellets to recover. This divine map was his life-saving treasure. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Ling Zhao's face grimaced. The 13th prince was the true dragon of the dragons. If he was sealed like that, wouldn't he fail the expectations of the dragons? Damn it! I must kill him and take this divine map. Ling Xiao thought to himself. While Ling Xiao was thinking of a way to kill He Jian, the divine map that He Jian was about to take back had a shocking change. This unforeseen event shocked everyone present. Roar! Chapter 1193. A dragon's roar soared up into the sky. The sound was so loud that it almost caused the sky to collapse. Many weaker god kings and saint beasts felt dizzy as their eardrums ruptured. A golden dragon shadow surged up from the divine diagram. The divine diagram, which had shrunk to a small size, swelled and enlarged again. What's going on? Don't tell me it can't break free from my divine diagram. He Jian said with a pale expression. The divine diagram was a top-notch divine artifact that belonged to the river diagram sect. But now it was swollen and distorted. This was something that had never happened before. They had used this divine diagram to seal many peak god kings, but they couldn't even make a ripple. He suspected that the one sealed in the Fenghe River sect was an incipient god realm expert. Oh no! He Jian! Retreat! That's a top divine dragon! Ling Hanfeng screamed at He Jian, as if he remembered something. Boom! However, as soon as he screamed, the Fenghe River diagram exploded. Many beams of divine light shot out and hit the god kings, making them wail in pain. A few hundred true golden dragons finally broke out of the diagram. Their dragon roars shook tens of thousands of miles. The noble and domineering dragon heads, the two hard and sharp dragon horns, the mighty and dazzling dragon body, and the 10 powerful dragon claws. All of them revealed the appearance of the most perfect and powerful creature in the world. All of the sacred beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling non-stop. It was as if they were commoners who had met their king. They could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. True divine dragon. How could it be? I heard that the Kim people have a close relationship with the true dragon clan. I didn't expect that they would bring such a terrifying divine beast with them. It's too strong. I'm afraid that only incipient god realm experts can deal with such a top divine dragon. No wonder why the divine diagram couldn't seal it. We're doomed. We should retreat. We have to call the elder to deal with it. Our Shao family is saved. Let's see if the people of the river diagram sect dare to be arrogant. That divine dragon is too perfect and too strong. I wonder whose mount it is. Isn't that right? If I can have such a divine beast, even if my lifespan is reduced by 10,000 years, I'm willing. The god kings of both factions burst into an uproar. Although there were divine beasts in the heaven domain, it wasn't something they could see just because they wanted to. Now that a mighty true dragon was here, even they, the god kings, were extremely jealous. At the same time, the people of the river diagram sect were all afraid. A top-grade true dragon was enough to make them feel uneasy, not to mention that there were so many people from the Shao clan helping them. They all knew that the situation was hopeless. He Jian was so scared that his face was drained of all color. His legs kept trembling. This can't be real. He didn't even have the intention to retreat, but the 13th prince moved at this moment. Damned human! You dare seal this crown, prince? I'll swallow you alive. The 13th prince moved his dragon body and appeared in front of He Jian in an instant. His huge dragon mouth tried to engulf He Jian. Get out of my way! Ling Hanfeng didn't even think about it as he slashed out 12 energy swords at the 13th prince. Each energy sword contained all of his divine power, and the ice crystal sword energy was extremely powerful. The 13th prince glared back and swung his dragon tail. Rumble! Rumble! The dragon tail shattered most of the ice crystals, and many of them were sent flying back at Ling Hanfeng. Not only did Ling Hanfeng's move fail to stop the 13th prince, but his path was also blocked by the ice crystals. The huge dragon mouth tried to swallow He Jian. Seeing that He Jian was about to be swallowed alive, a loyal god king nearby shouted, "Watch out, young sect master!" The god king used his strength to push He Jian away, but he was exposed to the dragon's mouth. He was directly swallowed into the dragon's stomach, and he died. He Jian was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, his fellow sect members saved his life, and he came back to his senses. He shouted, "Elders! Elders! Come and help me!" With that, he turned around and ran at full speed, leaving his sect members to think of ways to stop the true dragon's attack. The people from the River Diagram sect were loyal enough. Many god kings began to attack the 13th prince together, preparing for a dragon-slaying feast. However, the 13th prince's defenses were even more powerful after he returned to his true form. Without the strength of a high-tier god king or a high-tier divine weapon, their attacks were almost useless against him. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, let's kill them all!" Ling Xiao switched his weapon to the golden dragon spear. At the same time, his soul power began to overflow and attack the nearby god kings. Soul power attacks were impossible to defend against. Once hit, one's divine soul would be injured, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. At that moment, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear mercilessly killed the god king's divine soul. The dead god king's divine soul was directly absorbed into his spiritual sea. Although Ling Xiao didn't have time to refine these divine souls, the power of his divine soul was already growing. The more he killed, the more excited he became. He charged at the River Diagram sect's god kings. Of course, he didn't dare to attack the high-tier god kings. He only attacked the mid-tier or low-tier god kings. As Ling Xiao attacked, the Xiao family and the Dragon Gate attacked at the same time, chasing after the River Diagram sect's people. With the 13th prince intimidating the River Diagram sect's people, their morale was already at its peak. They didn't hold back at all. As for the River Diagram sect's people, they were all scared out of their wits as He Jian fled. When they saw how ferocious the 13th prince was, God King after God King fell into his mouth. They felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, besides Ling Zhao's shocking killing power, Ling Gang, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and the others also displayed the Kim people's formidable offensive power. They fought fiercely against the River Diagram sect's Senjin of Goguryeo. They even killed 2 peak god kings. The River Diagram sect's people were completely defeated. Han Feng didn't dare to continue. He could only shout, "Retreat! All of you retreat!" The River Diagram sect's people didn't dare to stay any longer. They all shook off their opponents and fled as fast as they could. Kill! Today we must make them pay with their blood. Xiao Wei recovered a lot of his strength after taking the pill, but he still persisted in chasing after the River Diagram sect's people. He knew that if he missed the opportunity to greatly damage the River Diagram sect's strength, there wouldn't be a next time. After all, the Xiao family had always been at a disadvantage. Today, so many of their people had died. No matter what, the River Diagram sect had to pay a higher price. The Xiao family and Dragon Gate's people chased after the River Diagram sect's people for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. They almost reached the River Diagram sect's base. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers was a very long distance for ordinary people. However, for these god kings it wasn't a very long distance. Stop chasing. If we attract the attention of the river diagram sect's old fart, we'll be in trouble. Let's retreat immediately. An elder of the Shao family shouted. No one dared to continue forward. They immediately turned around and returned to their original location. There was a Bloodscar silver stone mine under the Luoyu River. They had to completely mine it. Although it couldn't make up for the losses they had suffered today, it was better than getting nothing. In this battle, the Shao family had lost more than 100 god kings. This was the first time the Shao family had suffered such a heavy loss since they became a superpower. However, the river diagram sect didn't have it easy either. Although they had the upper hand in the beginning, the situation began to change after the Dragon Gates people joined in. When the 13th prince began to show his power, the river diagram sect paid a heavy price for this. The number of people they lost was no less than the Shao family. In fact, they even lost a few peak stage god kings and high-level god kings. This was definitely an extremely heavy price. This was completely due to the 13th prince and Ling Zhao's efforts. Perhaps others only knew that the 13th prince had killed the most people, but only Shen Yuyi knew that his boss had also killed many people. Moreover, he had killed them almost instantly. Even their souls had been absorbed. This guy was too ruthless. Xiao Wei and the others did not return to the family. They all cleaned up the battlefield nearby and collected many divine weapons and spatial rings. In addition, he sent people back to the family and asked them to send saints and holy emperor experts over to quickly mine the Bloodscar Silverstone mine. He would definitely not let the river diagram sect have any ideas about it. The 13th prince, who had always been the center of attention, returned to his human form and returned to Ling Zhao's side. Ling Zhao undoubtedly became the most prominent figure. One by one, the people of the Shao family wanted to curry favor with Ling Zhao, but they did not dare to approach him for fear of provoking the 13th prince. If that happened, they would only be asking for trouble. The people of the Kim people all worshipped Ling Zhao. Who among them did not desire to be recognized by a true dragon? However, among the tens of thousands of people of the Kim people, only a dozen or so people had received such treatment. They had all become legendary existences in their clans. For someone as young as Ling Zhao to obtain the recognition of a top-notch true dragon made them extremely envious. Ling Zhao did not have the time to pay attention to these people's gazes. He asked the 13th prince and protector Shen Yuyi to once again sweep the remaining spiritual power in the sky. As a large amount of spiritual power was stored in his sea of knowledge, Ling Zhao could not suppress it anymore. If he did not refine the spiritual power, it would be a waste. Ling Zhao could not care so much. He just sent a voice transmission to Ling Gang, then took the 13th prince and Shen Yuyi into the mountains in front of him to go into seclusion. Where is Brother Zhao going? Ling Zhu asked Ling Gongfa as he watched Ling Zhao walk away. Ling Zhao had become very familiar with him. Previously, he and Ling Mu had been commanding the overall situation as elders. They did not pay much attention to Ling Zhao. After all, they did not know that Ling Zhao was now highly valued by the clan. However, looking at the true dragon beside Ling Zhao now, they had no choice but to pay attention to this little brother. Ling Gang replied, Uncle Zhao said that he will go into seclusion for a few days. He told us not to worry. Chapter 1194. Ever since Ling Zhao obtained the third volume of the soul-controlling art, he had been cultivating it. His soul power had also reached the mid-level divine soul realm, and he could unleash strange soul power attacks that were impossible to defend against. However, he had not yet grasped the true power of this scroll. The most important thing was that his soul power had yet to meet the requirements. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of divine souls on the battlefield, his soul power could increase rapidly. However, he still needed time to refine them. Ling Zhao found a mountain ridge near the Luoyu River and opened up a cave abode there. He then went in and asked the 13th prince and Shen Yuyi to protect him. He couldn't be disturbed in the slightest while refining this divine soul power. Ling Zhao's knowledge sea faintly felt swollen and painful. This was because he had absorbed too much divine souls. although an ordinary God King's divine soul could not compare to Ling Xiao's flesh and divine soul. His soul power was definitely quite powerful. Ling Xiao silently chanted the soul-controlling art. The divine soul in his knowledge assumed a meditative posture and began to refine the divine souls around him one by one. A large amount of soul power was sucked dry. A powerful force was added to Ling Xiao's divine soul, causing his flesh and blood to become more and more agile. There was no difference between him and a real person, but his soul power grew stronger and stronger. Several days passed in a row. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had actually reached the peak of the mid-level God King. He was just a little bit away from becoming a high-level God King. Ling Xiao tried to break through, but it was a pity that it was to no avail. It was not that his soul power was insufficient, but that his understanding of the realm was not enough. He still needed to polish this soul power and accumulate it for a few more days. After that, he would become a high-level divine soul. After digesting the divine soul power, the power in Ling Xiao's knowledge also dispersed a lot of power in his dantian. Meanwhile, the power in his dantian moved upwards on its own. The two different kinds of power gathered on the divine bridge and began to condense into specks of divine power. Although the amount of divine power condensed was not much, it allowed Ling Xiao to steadily reach the middle level of the low level, which surprised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gained a lot from this battle. He had wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate the last few skills of the soul-controlling art, but the environment was really not good. If the people from the river diagram sect came again, it would be a lot of trouble. When Ling Xiao came out of the cave, the 13th prince and Shen Yuyi immediately went to greet him. "How is boss?" Shen Yuyi asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I've gained something." Then he asked, "Is there anyone else coming to cause trouble?" Shen Yuyi shook his head and said, "I haven't found anything yet." Ling Xiao said, "Then let's go back and take a look. I believe this matter will come to an end." Shen Yuyi nodded and didn't say much. It didn't have much to do with him anyway. Ling Xiao originally wanted the 13th prince to return to the cauldron, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to let him be. After all, the 13th prince was only following him for 100 years. During these 100 years, he would let him play to his heart's content. Ling Xiao and the others returned to the Luoyu River and found that the people from the Xiao clan were doing their best to mine the bloodstained silverstones under the riverbed. These were real divine materials, and each one was worth a lot of divine crystals. An entire vein was indeed a very big profit. Xiao Wei, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, Ling Gang, and the others saw Ling Xiao and immediately went to greet him. "Thank you for your help, Divine Master Ling." Xiao Wei bowed to Ling Xiao and said solemnly, "If it wasn't for the 13th Prince's dragon aura that shocked the people from the river diagram sect, they would have lost a lot of people in this battle." Ling Xiao quickly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiao, you're too serious. You're from my sister-in-law's family. If we don't help you, who else should we help? You don't need to be so polite. Besides, I'm good friends with Ling Er." "Haha, alright, Ling Er calls you brother and you call me Brother Xiao. This is really messy, but we'll be friends." Xiao Wei was also a straightforward person, so he laughed and replied, "Don't take what your sister-in-law said to heart. She's a bit snobbish, but she's not a bad person. She's just too concerned about Ling Er. You mustn't push Ling Er away too much. She's my only daughter now, and it wasn't easy for her to come back. I really don't want to lose her again." Xiao Wei was Xiao Ling's father. Since he had already said that, what else could Ling Xiao say? "It's fine if I don't take her away. Ling Er is innocent and cute. I don't want to see her lose her innocence. You can't force her to do something she doesn't like. Otherwise, even if the first elder stops me, I will take her away from here," Ling Xiao said solemnly. Xiao Wei knew that Ling Xiao would do what he said. After all, he was the most outstanding descendant of Kim people. At this time, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang all came up to chat with Ling Xiao. They worshipped Ling Xiao very much. He was actually able to subdue such a top-notch true dragon divine beast. This was something they wanted to do in their entire lives. Unfortunately, they could only dream about it. They didn't have the chance to do so. If Ling Xiao told the dragons that those princes and princesses wanted to take turns to protect him, who knew how shocked they would be. Moreover, he still had the prodigal and the dragon lady. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Then, Ling Xiao asked Xiao Wei about how the matter between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect should be resolved. Xiao Wei wasn't very clear about this matter. However, the family had already understood the situation. They would definitely ask the first elder to come out of seclusion. After all, both sides didn't get any benefits. It was hard to guarantee that the River Diagram sect wouldn't attack again. Ling Xiao was just concerned. He didn't have the heart to interfere with the Xiao family's internal affairs. He brought Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang back to the Xiao family to report. It was their duty to help the Xiao family, but they couldn't always guard the foundation of the Xiao family. After Ling Xiao and the others returned to the Xiao family, they received a grand welcome from the Xiao family. The Xiao family already knew about the results of that battle. They were deeply grateful to the Dragon Gate for helping them. After dealing with all the social engagements, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling spent some time together. Then, they found Xiao Jinsai and prepared to discuss the Xiao family's matters with her. At the same time, they also wanted to understand the situation of the Lotus Flower sect and the Evil Horizon Valley. Sister-in-law, this can't go on. Don't tell me you plan to stay here forever? Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked. Xiao Jinsai revealed a difficult expression and said, I also don't want to do this, but this is my maternal home. How can I watch them be bullied by the people of the River Diagram sect? I understand. Didn't you send people back to ask for reinforcements from the sect leader? Ling Xiao asked again. I also want to ask for reinforcements, but you should have some understanding of the situation in the sect. Some people can't bear to see your brother make a mistake. If he sends people to help me, it will inevitably cause others to make irresponsible remarks. Xiao Jinsai helplessly replied. Ling Xiao understood Xiao Jinsai's difficulties. He admired Xiao Jinsai for being able to see the big picture. I think there are some things that should be done. The Xiao family being bullied is equivalent to our Dragon Gate being bullied by others. Our Kim people are being looked down upon by others. If it really doesn't work, I will ask for reinforcements on behalf of sister-in-law. Even if the sect leader can't make the decision, the patriarch will come forward and make arrangements. At that time, we will intimidate the River Diagram sect. I think they will not dare to cause trouble again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. Xiao Jinsai listened to Ling Xiao's proposal and was somewhat moved. She said, Is this okay? Ling Xiao nodded and said, I have a word with the patriarch, so it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Jinsai already knew that Ling Xiao was a divine apothecary. She also saw that Ling Gang, the Senjin of Goguryeo, was arranged to be Ling Xiao's guardian elder. She could see that the Dragon Gate valued Ling Xiao as much as her husband. Thinking of this, she could already confirm that Ling Xiao's idea should work. Brother Xiao, then sister-in-law, thank you very much, Xiao Jinsai said and was about to bow to Ling Xiao. Sister-in-law, don't you think this is too much? Quickly get up. Ling Xiao hurriedly held Xiao Jinsai up. Then he said, Immediately send someone back to report this matter to the sect leader and the family. As long as Brothers Dragon Team is here, the River Diagram sect will not dare to be arrogant anymore. Xiao Jinsai nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll send someone back to report this. As long as we can hold on for half a year, we should be fine. Xiao Jinsai and Ling Xiao immediately called over a divine king of the Kim people to report this matter. Naturally, the divine king did not dare to delay and immediately rushed back to the Dragon Gate at full speed to bring the news back. This matter was temporarily resolved, so Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask about the situation of the Lotus sect and the Evil Horizon Valley. Xiao Jinsai had grown up in the profound sky region, so she was quite familiar with these things. Originally, Ling Xiao only knew about the situation of the Lotus sect from the records. Now that he heard Xiao Jinsai talk about it again, he had a better understanding of the Lotus sect. As for the Evil Horizon Valley, it was said that there was a divine beast guarding there. No one dared to rashly enter, or else only death would await them. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was not very afraid. He had the 13th prince by his side, and many sacred beasts would be suppressed. It was just that he didn't know what kind of divine beast was guarding there. Unless he met a divine beast that was not on the same side as the dragons, then there would be danger. "All right, little brother Xiao, why are you asking about the Lotus sect?" Xiao Jinsai asked in puzzlement. Ling Xiao did not hide it and told Xiao Jinsai his plan. "You are saying that you have a very good friend who might be in the Lotus sect. You want to find her?" Xiao Jinsai said with a bit of urgency. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes. I have been separated from her for dozens of years. I only guessed from some information that she might have been taken away by the Lotus sect. I must find her." Thinking of Yun Mingqi, who he already had a vague impression of, Ling Xiao felt a faint pain in his heart. If he had not taken the initiative to let Yun Mingqi become He's disciple, there would not have been so many incidents. "Maybe I can help you with this," Xiao Jinsai said with a smile. Is this true?" Ling Xiao was overjoyed at this turn of events. Chapter 1195. Of course it's true. Before I married your brother, I knew a sister in the Lotus sect. Presumably, she also held the position of an elder in the Lotus sect. If the person you're looking for is really in the Lotus sect, I believe they'll know, said Xiao Jinsai. Ling Xiao had helped her, so she naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao as well. It just so happened that this happened, so she wouldn't hold anything back. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "That's great. Then when can you contact her, sister-in-law?" Ling Xiao was glad that he understood the situation from Xiao Jinsai. Otherwise, he would have missed such an opportunity. This way, he wouldn't have to take many detours. "I'm afraid this matter can't be rushed. I've already lost contact with her for many years. I must confirm that she's in the Lotus sect before I can help you inquire about this matter." Xiao Jinsai didn't dare to guarantee anything. Ling Xiao knew that he had lost his composure and hurriedly said, "This matter can't be rushed. How about we wait for the sect master to send someone over, and when the Xiao family has nothing to worry about, then I'll trouble you to contact that friend of yours for me." Ling Xiao wasn't a greenhorn who had just started out. The Xiao family was in danger, so how could he have the nerve to ask Xiao Jinsai to immediately do this for him? In any case, he had already been separated from Yun Mingqi for many years. Moreover, he didn't know if she was in the Lotus sect, so he couldn't be in a rush. Xiao Jinsai was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's way of doing things. She praised him in her heart. "What a sensible child! How about this? I'll first send someone to see if my sister is still in the Lotus sect. I'm afraid that she's out traveling, and that would be troublesome. If she's there, then when the people sent by your big brother arrive, I'll accompany you to the Lotus sect. Although the Lotus sect doesn't have much relationship with our Xiao family, there isn't any bad blood between the two families, so we should still be able to talk," Xiao Jinsai suggested. "Then many thanks, sister-in-law," Ling Xiao said gratefully. Xiao Jinsai said, "What are you talking about? We're one family. You help me, so I'll help you." "Yes, sister-in-law is right," Ling Xiao replied. Xiao Jinsai wanted to go back to her room to rest, but then she thought of something and asked, "Brother Xiao, how are you in Ling Air?" "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was confused. That is, do you like her and want her to be your wife?" Xiao Jinsai hesitated for a moment before asking directly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Sister-in-law, my relationship with Ling Air is not what you think it is. You also know that Ling Air is naive and simple. She doesn't think too deeply about many things. The reason why she likes to be with me is because we've known each other for a long time. Of course, I like her too, but I only see her as a younger sister." Xiao Jinsai listened to Ling Xiao's answer and said with some disappointment, "I thought there was something going on between you and Ling Air." She paused for a moment and said, "Brother Xiao, I think you should consider Ling Air. She has an ethereal body. Whether it's for herself or for others, it'll help speed up cultivation. I don't want to be with outsiders." After saying that, she ignored Ling Xiao and walked out of the house, returning to her room. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose helplessly and thought to himself, "It seems like sister-in-law's words have some truth to them." He thought about the time when he cultivated with Xiao Ling. It was very beneficial for him to comprehend and comprehend. Just this alone was enough to move anyone's heart. However, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. In his eyes, Xiao Ling was still a little sister. She didn't know what love was, so how could he bear to accept her? It was better to let nature take its course. The Xiao family was nervously mining the Bloodscar Silverstone, while the people from the River Diagram sect didn't make any moves for the time being. However, the people from the Xiao family guessed that the River Diagram sect wouldn't let it go so easily. They might be plotting some kind of revenge. In order to protect the interests of the Xiao family, after going through the elders' meeting, Xiao Yuanhe finally invited the founding elder to come out. After all, the Xiao family had lost so many divine kings this time. This was enough to attract their attention. Otherwise, it would be useless to invite the founding elder when the Xiao family was annihilated. As expected, when the River Diagram sect attacked again, they sent a half-incipient god realm existence and roped in many helpers. The good thing was that the Xiao family was on guard, and the founding elder used the clan's ancient divine weapon. Only then did the people from the River Diagram sect completely stop. The River Diagram sect knew that the Xiao family wanted to break the net when the fish died, so they fell silent again. Unless the founding elder of the River Diagram sect agreed to fight, they wouldn't dare to attack the Xiao family for the time being. When the Xiao family was in trouble, Ling Xiao didn't participate. He only sent Ling Gang and the others to help. He was in charge of refining the necessary divine pills for the Xiao family. Of course, the materials were provided by the Xiao family. The Xiao family was a super force with a strong foundation. They didn't lack many materials. While Ling Xiao was refining the pills, he didn't forget to cultivate the soul-controlling art. Ling Xiao could use his soul power to attack. Next, he needed to cultivate the soul-locking and soul-concealing. The effect of the soul-locking was the same as the second stage of the spirit incantation. However, the target was different. The soul-locking could control any warrior, including God King God Realm or Incipient God Realm. The spirit incantation didn't have such a powerful effect. As for soul concealment, it allowed him to cultivate his soul avatar to the point where it was invisible and traceless. Even his flesh, blood, and soul could be concealed when attacking, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. At that time, he would be able to deal a fatal blow to his enemy, and it was simply impossible to guard against. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had refined many divine pills for the Xiao family. He was only putting in so much effort because of Xiao Jinsai and Xiao Ling. At the same time, his god soul power had become more complete. He could break through to the King God realm at any minute. Moreover, he had learned a lot about the soul locking. He believed that it wouldn't be hard to control the wounded King God realm or the God King God soul that was weaker than him. Regarding the soul concealing, he was still far from it. It was hard to cultivate it. He could only make his god soul translucent. If he wanted to cultivate it to the point where it couldn't be seen, he would need a lot of time. When Ling Xiao got out of his seclusion, he received the Xiao family's grand welcome. Because Ling Xiao had been refining pellets for half a year, he had created many strange phenomena. Everybody had confirmed his identity as a divine alchemist. No one doubted him anymore. And since Ling Xiao had refined the divine pellets for the Xiao family, of course, they had to treat Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. However, something happened all of a sudden, which enraged Ling Xiao a lot. He almost didn't want to give these divine pellets to the Xiao family anymore. The reason was because of Xiao Ling's mother, Su Wei. She had been slapped twice by her husband. The next day, she went back to her parents' home in a fit of pique. At that time, Xiao Wei was fighting with the people of the River Diagram sect. He didn't know what had happened. In the end, after Su Wei returned to her parents' home, she brought a young man back to the Xiao family. This young man was Su Wei's cousin. His name was Gao Fei. He was a very outstanding young man. He was only 500 years old, but he was already a low-level god king. Gao Fei was a newly promoted inner elder of the Ice Blade League. The other elders in the league paid close attention to him. His status was quite extraordinary. The Ice Blade League and the Lotus Sect were both powerful forces. They were only second to the Black Turtle Sect. They were much stronger than the River Diagram Sect and the Shao family. The main reason why Su Wei brought Gao Fei here was naturally because she wanted her daughter and Gao Fei to be together. She felt that the Shao family could form an alliance with the Ice Blade League. At that time, they would be able to shake the River Diagram Sect. Originally, she wanted to build a relationship with the Black Turtle Sect. It was the strongest sect in the Profound Sky domain. However, she didn't have a way to do so. Gao Fei was indeed an outstanding young man. It was a pity that he had developed an arrogant character. He acted as if he was the best in the world. However, when he saw Xiao Ling's innocent and beautiful appearance, he was extremely tempted. At the same time, he heard from Su Wei that Xiao Ling had the ethereal body, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. He was even more excited. He thought that he must get Xiao Ling. Therefore, under Su Wei's intentional arrangement, Gao Fei stayed with her as her nephew. She often arranged for him to go to Xiao Ling's residence. She planned to let him and Xiao Ling develop a relationship. In this way, she could openly marry Xiao Ling to Gao Fei. Xiao Wei had been busy looking after the bloodstained silverstone vein. He didn't know much about this matter. It was just that Gao Fei was an impatient person. He realized that Xiao Ling didn't have a good impression of him at all, which made him very angry. As such, he actually wanted to drug Xiao Ling, planning to cook the rice first before doing anything else. However, Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. She could sense who was good to her and who was bad to her. Therefore, Gao Fei's little trick couldn't deceive Xiao Ling. Instead, it made Xiao Ling hate him even more. Xiao Ling had complained to her mother, Su Wei, many times, but Su Wei kept saying how outstanding and good Gao Fei was. This made her feel rather helpless and sad. She wanted to ask her grandfather Xiao Yuanhe or her father Xiao Wei for help. However, they were busy with the River Diagram Sect. She didn't want to disturb them. In the end, she had to ask Xiao Jinsai for help. Xiao Jinsai was naturally on Xiao Ling's side. She asked Xiao Ling to stay with her. This made it impossible for Gao Fei to get what he wanted. However, Gao Fei's first plan didn't work. He prepared a second plan. On one hand, he proposed to the Xiao family's master, Xiao Yuanhe. On the other hand, he asked Su Wei to pressure Xiao Ling so that she could have some time alone with him. Gao Fei was bold enough. This time, he didn't use the ecstasy potion. Instead, he planned to force himself on Xiao Ling first before doing anything else. He believed that as long as he slept with Xiao Ling would give up on him. The Xiao family wouldn't refuse his proposal. However, when Gao Fei was about to force himself on Xiao Ling took out a sound-transmitting stone. He asked Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, for help. Bastard! Ling Xiao was immediately infuriated. He let out an angry roar and ignored the warm reception from the Xiao family. He rushed towards Xiao Ling's residence. Chapter 1196. Little Sister Ling Heir, just give in to me. I'm infatuated with you. Besides, your mother also approves of this. As long as you give in to me, your Xiao clan can form an alliance with our Ice Blade Union. The River Diagram Sect won't dare to offend you anymore. This is the best of both worlds, said a young man who looked like a dog as he looked at Xiao Ling. This person was Su Wei's so-called cousin, Gao Fei, an elder of the Ice Blade Union. He was a low-level god king and could be considered an outstanding talent. He didn't want to waste his energy on Xiao Ling anymore. He took advantage of the fact that the Xiao clan went to welcome the so-called divine medicine master to come out of seclusion and set up a banquet to force himself on Xiao Ling. In any case, Xiao Ling's mother had already approved of Xiao Ling being with him. Once the uncooked rice was cooked, everything would be settled. Moreover, Su Wei had also hinted to him in this regard. Otherwise, why would the guards around Xiao Ling's residence be removed? Wasn't this giving him a chance? This was the reason why he was so bold. Don't come over, I've already asked Brother Ling Xiao to come. He won't let you off. Xiao Ling said in fear. She wanted to rush out of the house, but the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Although she knew that Gao Fei had bad intentions towards her, she didn't expect him to be so bold. He dared to treat her like this here. She felt wronged and hated her mother to the core. Even if you ask the Shao clan leader to come, it's useless. Quickly call me Big Brother Gao Fei. I'll definitely love you. Gao Fei approached Xiao Ling, and his aura pressured Xiao Ling to the point where she couldn't move at all. Xiao Ling was like a lamb waiting to be punished. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Although Gao Fei felt guilty, he liked the pleasure of forcefully conquering someone. His face was full of smiles, and his saliva kept flowing. When he arrived at Xiao Ling's place, he caressed Xiao Ling's tender face and said, "Wife, you should just obey your husband." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled forcefully and tore apart Xiao Ling's satin, revealing her fair and translucent skin that was tender like jade. Xiao Ling cried, You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Brother Ling Xiao will not let you off." It was also at this moment that a voice transmission stone appeared on Xiao Ling's wrist. This sound transmission stone was the communication device between Xiao Ling and Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao had given it to Xiao Ling before he went into seclusion, saying that she could chat with him when she was bored. It was just that Xiao Ling understood that Ling Xiao was doing something important. Under normal circumstances, she would not disturb Ling Xiao. Now, as a last resort, she took out this voice transmission stone and transmitted everything here to Ling Xiao's ears, hoping that Ling Xiao could come and save her. Haha. Go ahead and shout. No one will care about you even if you shout until your throat breaks. Gao Fei laughed proudly. Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, heard the voice coming from Xiao Ling's side. At the same time, he became furious. All the Xiao family members did not know what was going on with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Xiao Ling's direction. Bastard! If anything happens to Ling Heir, I will tear you apart. Ling Xiao roared anxiously in his heart. He had long treated Xiao Ling as his biological sister. Whoever wanted to hurt her, it was no different from hurting him. Who is it? Just as Ling Xiao approached Xiao Ling's residence, 2 figures soared up and shouted. A middle-level God King and a low-level God King. Clearly, they were Gao Fei's guardian elders. Get lost for me. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. He roared angrily and threw out 2 punches. These 2 punches carried a torrential fist intent and several tens of times his battle prowess. 2 dragon silhouettes roared towards the 2 of them. The 2 God Kings jumped in fright. They did not expect that the other party would attack without even calling for start. The 2 of them used all their strength to parry these 2 dragon fists. Rumble, rumble. The 2 of them were actually sent flying at the same time. That low-level God King was even worse off. His chest caved in and large amounts of blood seeped out. He looked very scary. Ling Xiao did not have time to tangle with the 2 of them. He slapped his palm towards Xiao Ling's house. Another shocking sound rang out. More than half of the pavilion was destroyed, revealing the scene inside the house. What the hell? Gao Fei shouted in shock and rushed out of the house while pulling Xiao Ling. Ling Xiao looked at the half-naked Xiao Ling, whose clothes were destroyed. His dragon eyes revealed intense flames. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to treat Xiao Ling like this in the Xiao family's territory. Brother Ling Xiao, save me! Xiao Ling cried out to Ling Xiao in agitation. Ling Xiao walked towards Gao Fei step by step and shouted, Release her immediately, or I will make you die without a burial ground. Humph! Who are you? She is my fiancée. It is not your turn to order her around. Gao Fei snorted coldly. Your fiancé? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. He was puzzled. Could it be that the Xiao family has already arranged a marriage for Xiao Ling? That's right. My aunt has already betrothed her to me. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Gao Fei replied tyrannically. When he heard Ling Xiao's name, he knew that Ling Xiao was not a member of the Xiao family. He was not afraid of being interrupted. No, brother Ling Xiao, I hate him. It was my mother who insisted that I be with him. Xiao Ling shook his head with all his might and cried, "Damned woman!" Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation of energy coming from behind him. Ling Xiao instantly leaped up and dodged the attack. He turned around and saw that the middle-level God King had already quickly arrived beside Gao Fei to protect him. At this time, the people near the Xiao family were alarmed, and the people who had come to welcome Ling Xiao had also arrived. No one understood what was going on. However, when Xiao Yuanhe, Xiao Wei and the others saw Xiao Ling's appearance, they were immediately enraged. "Gao Fei, immediately let go of my daughter, or else I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." Xiao Wei roared at Gao Fei. In his own family, his own daughter was actually bullied to such an extent. Xiao Wei's heart was dripping blood. Gao Fei still listened to Xiao Wei's words and released Xiao Ling. He said worriedly, "Uncle, don't be angry. I was just following my aunt's instructions and properly communicating with Ling Heir." He thought that since he was a disciple of the Iceblade Alliance, he was not afraid of the Xiao family doing anything to him. Xiao Ling cried and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling Xiao, if you don't come, even if I die, I won't let him bully me." Xiao Ling cried miserably. Ling Xiao's heart was aching. He lightly patted Xiao Ling's shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. No one will dare to hurt you again. Those who hurt you will all die." At this time, Xiao Wei really wanted to make a move on Gao Fei, but he was pulled back by Xiao He. "Wei you can't be emotional right now. We can't afford to offend the Iceblade Alliance for now." Xiao Wei couldn't vent his hatred on Gao Fei, but he could vent it on his wife. "Su Wei, get over here." Xiao Wei roared at Su Wei, who was hiding in the distance. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and said, "Brother Wei, don't be angry. I just want Gao Fei and Ling Heir to get along. They're young, after all, so they'll have feelings for each other. When the time comes, we can naturally." Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Wei had already arrived in front of her. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped her. "Slap! I'll beat you to death, you bitch. How dare you force your own daughter to do something she doesn't like? You deserve to die." Xiao Wei was extremely angry. He grabbed Su Wei with one hand and repeatedly slapped her face with the other. Su Wei's face was covered in blood, and she screamed in pain. Could be seen that Xiao Wei was really ruthless this time. "That's enough, Wei Xiao He shouted. Xiao Wei unhappily let go of Su Wei. However, Su Wei seemed to have gone crazy and crazily clawed at Xiao Wei. "You have no conscience. So what if I let my daughter be with Gao Fei? Didn't I want to rope in an ally for the Xiao family? As long as the Iceblade Alliance becomes your Xiao family's ally, we won't be afraid of the River Diagram sect. Why do you have to do this to me? Haven't I thought about your Xiao family enough? Don't tell me you want to marry your daughter to the Sky Dragon region? Can distant water put out a nearby fire? When we want to see our daughter, we have to travel a long distance. Haven't we missed our daughter enough all these years?" At this time, Gao Fei also said lazily, "That's right, uncle. It's your fault that you hit your aunt. She has put in a lot of effort." Xiao Wei's heart ached faintly. He seemed to have been moved by Su Wei's words. "Humph. Even if you want your daughter to stay by your side, you shouldn't let this bastard rape Ling Heir." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He pushed Xiao Ling away and flew towards Gao Fei. "What do you want? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm a member of the Iceblade Alliance." Gao Fei was frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying aura. The mid-level Divine King beside him stood in front of Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao had already ignited a raging fire. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was here, he would still kill them. The mid-level God King was unable to block Ling Xiao's furious attack, and he was directly smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Gao Fei panicked. "Xiao family head, hurry up and stop him. Our Iceblade Alliance isn't to be trifled with. I don't care if you're from the Iceblade Alliance or the Fireblade Alliance. Today you must die." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched at Gao Fei. He didn't hold back a bit of his speed and strength. A divine artifact appeared in Gao Fei's hand. He slashed at Ling Xiao. "Don't think that I'm easy to bully." Clang. However, when his divine artifact came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, it was forcefully interrupted by Ling Xiao's fist. Gao Fei was so frightened that he quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao's fist mercilessly smashed on one of his arms. Crack. Ah! One of Gao Fei's arms was instantly broken by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. His figure flashed non-stop as he punched out several times in succession. Gao Fei's other arm and both legs were directly smashed off. The blood-curdling screams caused the hair of the surrounding people to stand on end. Chapter 1197. Ling Xiao was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Divine King recovered from his injuries. Ling Xiao fiercely kicked Gao Fei's trousers. He actually wanted to kick Gao Fei's penis until it exploded. At this moment, a Divine King from the Xiao family received Xiao Yuanhe's instructions and stopped Ling Xiao from continuing to cripple Gao Fei. "Divine Master Ling, let's talk this out. He is after all a disciple of the Iceblade Alliance. If we cripple him, this is not a good thing for our Xiao family," Xiao Yuanhe advised. "Yes, if you dare to touch me again, our Iceblade Alliance will not let you off," Gao Fei shouted in shock. He cast a stern look at Ling Xiao and secretly swore in his heart, "I will definitely get back at you. When the time comes, I will definitely make you wish you were dead." "Xiao family head, are you sure you want to protect him?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. Xiao Yunhe felt Ling Xiao's dense killing intent and immediately said, "Divine Master Ling, for the sake of our Xiao family, let it go. After all, Ling Heir did not suffer any losses." "Haha, forget it. Could it be that after Ling Heir is hurt, you will also consider the Iceblade Alliance and let it go?" "Tui, letting Ling Heir return to your family was really the worst thing I did." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, then said sternly, "I will definitely kill this person. In any case, I am not a member of your Xiao family. You can push the blame of his death onto me." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again attacked Gao Fei. However, the Divine King from the Xiao family blocked in front of Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to kill him. Ling Xiao sneered, "Do you think that you can stop me?" As his voice fell, his soul power was drawn out at the critical moment, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that heavily attacked Gao Fei's sea of consciousness. The high-level God King seemed to sense something and shouted, "Be careful!" However, his warning came too late. Gao Fei and Ling Xiao weren't on the same level, and Ling Xiao's soul power was already at the pinnacle of the mid-level God King stage. His soul power attack was more than enough to kill Gao Fei. Ah! Gao Fei's soul was directly shattered by Ling Xiao's soul power golden dragon spear. He let out another blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. "Young master!" Gao Fei's law protector elder cried out in alarm and immediately dragged his heavily injured body to catch Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting the two of them off. His soul power attack killed them instantly. The people of the Xiao clan looked at the three people who were killed by Ling Xiao inexplicably. All of them felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to be extremely afraid. You actually killed them." Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the pain on her face as she stared at Ling Xiao. Although Gao Fei was only a distant cousin of hers, he was an elder of the Iceblade Union. Ling Xiao actually killed him. This made her both shocked and angry. "If you weren't Ling Er's mother, I wouldn't have let you off today." Ling Xiao glared at Su Wei and shouted. He then looked at Xiao Yuanhe and Xiao Wei and said, "If the people of the Iceblade Union ask about this today, they can push the blame to me. I won't send my family to the tiger's mouth for my own safety." Xiao Yuanhe felt a burning sensation on his face, as if Ling Xiao had slapped him in the face. Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Ling guiltily and said, "Ling Er, it's Daddy's fault. Please forgive Daddy." In fact, he also wanted to kill Gao Fei just now. However, he had to consider the power of the Ice Blade Union. Now that he saw Ling Xiao kill Gao Fei, he felt happy in his heart. At the same time, hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that he was really useless as a father. He was afraid of other people's power and didn't stand up for his daughter. He was really a failure. Xiao Ling cried and shook her head. Daddy, Linger doesn't blame you. It's just that he wanted to take advantage of Ling Er. He's a bad person, so annoying. Mother always wants me to be close to him. I only want to be with brother Ling Xiao. I won't stay here anymore. Ling Xiao thought that after sending Xiao Ling back to the Xiao family, she would have a sense of belonging. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Ling Xiao hugged Xiao Ling and said softly, Linger, don't worry. In the future, you will stay by brother Ling Xiao's side. I won't let you suffer anymore. When brother Ling Xiao is done, we will go find your grandfather together. Okay? Xiao Ling nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. Okay. Brother and grandfather are the best to me. They won't let anyone bully me. When Xiao Wei heard these words, his heart ached. He was not qualified as a father. He didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he cast a pleading look at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen returned a look, indicating for him to be at ease. At this time, Xiao Yunhe couldn't help but say, Linger, don't be rash. Don't tell me that your father and grandfather don't care about you. This is your home. Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. He was their Xiao family's hope. How could they let him be taken away? Su Wei was even more emotional as she cried, Linger, don't leave us. I'm your mother. I won't force you to marry again. Okay? Don't leave. What a joke. If Linger didn't leave, would she be happy? What if the people from the Ice Blade Union came to interrogate you? Would you dare to offend them? I'm afraid that they would immediately send Ling Er to them to apologize. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. He was really disappointed in the Xiao family. His own granddaughter had been bullied to this extent. Yet, they didn't dare to cripple them and even spoke to them nicely. He really didn't dare to leave Xiao Ling here. What does this have to do with you? If you didn't kill Gao Fei, we wouldn't have offended the Ice Blade Union. You have to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, our Xiao family will capture you and ask for forgiveness from the Ice Blade Union. Su Wei said resentfully to Ling Xiao. She stubbornly believed that everything was caused by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been forced to find a man for Xiao Ling. Bastard. I don't have a woman like you. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling, Ling Er wouldn't have returned. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling, I, Xiao Wei, and the other elders would have already been killed by the people from the River Diagram sect. You actually dare to say such words? Don't you have any shame? Xiao Wei was too lazy to hit Su Wei. He had lost all his face because of Su Wei. He really didn't know how he had met such a woman. Ling Xiao didn't bother to argue with her. He prepared to leave with Xiao Ling. Sigh. Does the heavens really want to destroy our Xiao family? Today, the River Diagram sect is like a tiger watching its prey. You don't want to strengthen yourselves. Instead, you always want to rely on others to save you. The Xiao family will decline sooner or later. Xiao Yunhe, you're such a failure as a chief. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This person was old and clumsy. He was already in his grave. He looked like an old man next door. He didn't emit any aura, but his old eyes flashed with light from time to time. Greetings, ancestor. When the Xiao family members saw this person, they immediately knelt to greet the old man. Xiao Jingren was a low-level incipient God realm expert of the Xiao family. He was more than 100,000 years old. He was an old monster that had gained sentience. Previously, when the River Diagram sect attacked them again, he had brought the ancient god artifact and killed many people from the River Diagram sect. He had forced them to retreat and they didn't dare to act rashly. Rise, all of you, Xiao Jingren said softly. Then his eyes fell on Xiao Ling. His old eyes flashed with light. Child, come to Ancestor. Ancestor will protect you from now on. No one will dare to do anything to you. Xiao Jingren already knew that Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. However, he didn't have time to meet Xiao Ling. Now that the Xiao family was in such a mess, he had to stand up and stabilize the situation. He also had to keep this rare physique. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up safely, she could definitely become a supreme existence. She was the cornerstone of the Xiao family's future. He absolutely didn't want her to be taken away by others and become strangers to the Xiao family. Ling why are you still not thanking Ancestor? Xiao Wei urged. He felt that as long as the Ancestor was willing to show up, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take her away. At the same time, if Xiao Ling was taught by the Ancestor, Xiao Ling would definitely shine in the future. Xiao Ling hadn't met Xiao Jingren before, but she could feel his kindness. However, she still shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor. It's just that I want to be with brother Ling Xiao." In her heart, only her grandfather Qiao Feng and Ling Xiao were worthy of her trust. They were people who could do anything for her. Hee. I know that you have a deep relationship with this child. However, you are still young and your strength is still weak. I feel that after you increase your strength, you will have enough strength to protect yourself. This way, things like today won't happen and you won't cause trouble for him. At the same time, as long as you want to be with him, you can leave at any time. No one can stop you. When the time comes, won't it be up to you to decide whether you want to go to the ends of the earth? Xiao Jingren said patiently. Old fox. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Xiao Jingren spoke in such a dignified manner. Wasn't it because he wanted to keep Xiao Ling temporarily? As long as she didn't meet Ling Xiao in the future, she would naturally forget about Ling Xiao. At the same time, he also wanted to protect the family. Didn't she still obediently stay in the Xiao family? Ling Xiao instantly understood Xiao Jingren's words. Naturally, he was a little unhappy, but he also felt that this old fellow's words made sense. After all, Xiao Ling was a member of the Xiao family. If he received the guidance of this old fellow in front of him, Xiao Ling's achievements in the future would definitely be even greater. With the power to protect himself, he naturally wouldn't be controlled by others. Can I do this? Xiao Ling said in disbelief. She naturally hoped that she could become stronger and not be bullied by others. When she thought about how she was bullied by those roving bandits before she left the village, and almost caused Ling Xiao to lose his life, and now her body was almost taken by someone else, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao saving her, she really didn't know what to do. She now understood that if she had enough strength, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone, and no one would dare to bully her. Chapter 1198. Of course you can. As long as you stay, the old ancestor will teach you all of his abilities. Xiao Jingren saw that Xiao Ling was tempted, and struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Ling's heart was conflicted. She wanted to be with Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to become stronger. For a moment, she didn't know what to choose. Ling your ancestor is right. Staying behind is your best choice. I believe that no one will dare to force you to do anything else. Ling Xiao said as he caressed Xiao Ling's hair. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to keep Xiao Ling by his side, he couldn't always take care of her. If Xiao Jingren could wholeheartedly teach Xiao Ling, it would be a good thing. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything else. This way, he wouldn't let down Xiao Feng's entrustment. Furthermore, he was too angry just now. He was too overbearing in the Xiao family's territory, not giving them any face at all. However, he didn't regret it. It was just that now that he had calmed down, he wasn't as excited as before. If the Xiao family's ancestor was tactful, he would properly nurture Xiao Ling otherwise. If he heard that something had happened to Xiao Ling in the future, he would definitely not let the Xiao family off. Don't think that just because he's a mere low-level god king, he doesn't have the qualifications to think that way. Anyone who underestimated Ling Xiao would pay a heavy price. Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you really want me to stay?" Ling Xiao said gently, "If you want to stay, then stay. If you don't want to stay, no one will make things difficult for you. However, Brother Ling Xiao hopes that you can learn and grow up. In the future, you can stand on your own and don't need anyone else's help. Maybe in the future, Brother Ling Xiao and your Grandpa Xiao will need your help. Really? Can Linger help Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa in the future? Xiao Ling blinked his big eyes and asked. Her beautiful eyes rippled with traces of residual mist, appearing delicate and lovely. Ling Xiao lightly scratched her nose and said, Of course it's true. Ling air is very suitable for cultivation. As long as you surpass Brother Ling Xiao and your grandfather in the future, you will naturally be able to help us. All right, I must surpass Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa as soon as possible. I want to help you beat up the bad guys. I won't allow anyone to bully you, Xiao Ling said very seriously. The people of the Xiao family were touched to see such an innocent and cute Xiao Ling. They were touched by the pure feelings between Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. There were no impurities, no tricks. Even Su Wei felt ashamed to death. She realized that she did not understand her daughter at all. Now she knew that she was too selfish. She regretted it, but if she wanted to make up for her daughter's hatred towards her, it would be impossible to do so in a short period of time. In the end, Xiao Ling chose to stay in the Xiao family. No, to be exact, he stayed by Xiao Jingren's side and began to seriously cultivate. Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave with his people in a huff, but under Xiao Jinsai's persuasion, he reluctantly stayed. After all, he still needed Xiao Jinsai's help. Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the elixir pills to the Xiao family. Initially, he should have handed over a larger number of elixir pills. However, Ling Xiao was extremely displeased with the actions of the Xiao family and kept quite a number of elixir pills from them. In any case, these were all refined by him. Who would dare to say anything? The Xiao family was already deeply grateful to be able to obtain these divine pills. However, they were all worried about the Ice Blade Alliance's revenge. If that was the case, their Xiao family would be surrounded by enemies, and wouldn't they be removed from the Profound Sky region? However, Ling Xiao told them that if that happened, they should push the blame to him. Anyway, he was a member of the Dragon Gate of the Sky Dragon region. He wasn't afraid of the Ice Blade Alliance. While the Xiao family was panic-stricken, the Dragon Gate's reinforcements finally arrived. The leader was Ling Fei of the Dragon Team. He brought 150 Flood Dragon Cavalry. The reason why it took them a long time to arrive was because the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory entrance of the Profound Sky region had stopped them. Under normal circumstances, the forces of different regions couldn't attack the forces of the other region unless it was a desperate situation where they had to send incipient God Realm experts. However, if such a situation occurred, it was equal to declaring war against all the forces of the other region. The reason why Ling Fei's team could get through the incipient God Realm experts was that they didn't want to attack any force. They just wanted to help the Xiao family. As long as they could prove that it was true, the incipient God Realm experts of the territory entrance couldn't stop them. It was because the forces of different regions could help each other as long as they didn't attack the other forces. The arrival of Ling Fei's team made the dark clouds of the Xiao family disappear. With such a new force, the people of the River Chart sect would have to think twice if they wanted to attack again. Of course, the people of the Dragon Gate couldn't stay here for a long time. The Xiao family had to seize the chance when the people of the Dragon Gate were here to negotiate with the River Chart sect. They had to make the latter retreat. After Ling Xiao and Ling Fei had talked for a whole night, Xiao Jinsai finally brought the news of the Lotus sect to Ling Xiao. Brother Xiao, my sister is still in the Lotus sect. The people I sent have finally contacted her. Xiao Jinsai said excitedly. Really? Then we can immediately set off for the Lotus sect? Ling Xiao said in pleasant surprise. Xiao Jinsai nodded her head and said, You've helped our Xiao family a lot. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Lotus sect to meet my friend. Then I'll have to trouble sister-in-law. Ling Xiao didn't argue and agreed. Ling Xiao had waited for this day for a long time. He only wanted to confirm whether Yun Mingqi was really in the Lotus sect. This could also be considered fulfilling one of his wishes. The next day, Xiao Jinsai and Ling Xiao brought Ling Gang and more than 20 people of the Kim people to the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect was a super force second only to the Black Tortoise sect. In the Profound Sky region, they were an illustrious existence. The place where they established their sect was in the profound Sky North region, with the Lotus Snow Mountain as their base. There was the most famous sacred herb, the 10,000-year snow lotus, as well as the divine herb known as the Snow Lotus King. Not only did it have the effect of reviving the dead, it also had a great effect on martial artists who cultivated the ice and water attributes. Of course, other than the snow lotus, the most famous thing about the Lotus sect was their female disciples. Each and every one of them were as beautiful as flowers, and at the same time, they all had unique skills. They were definitely a beautiful scenery in the profound sky region. In the past few years, the Lotus sect had become more and more prosperous, faintly having the momentum to catch up to the Black Tortoise sect. Not only did they bring back the people who were sent to exile, they even gave them cultivation resources and let them manage the industry. This was undoubtedly a declaration that the Lotus sect already had more territory and resources to distribute, which was why they did this. Of course, there were also rumors that it was because they brought back a disciple with a divine body from exile, which was why they were pardoned by the headquarters. As for whether this was true or not, only the inner circle of the sect knew. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jinsai continued on their journey, and finally arrived at the city directly under the Lotus sect, Lotus City, after more than a month. This city was filled with a feminine beauty, as if the fragrance of lotus could be smelled everywhere. Among the martial artists coming and going, there were many beautiful women and men dressed in white. They were all external members of the Lotus sect. Ling Xiao, Xiao Jinsai, and the others first stayed in a restaurant. Xiao Jinsai then sent the prepared visiting card to the city lord's mansion, preparing to contact her former sister, Lu Fengyi. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid it'll take a few days for them to reply. You can stroll around now and experience the local customs of Lotus City, Xiao Jinsai said. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. I'm not in the mood for that right now. He was worried about Yun Mengqi, so how could he have the leisure to go sightseeing? It was better to wait here for news. Xiao Jinsai didn't force him and returned to her room. Ling Xiao also returned to his residence, and Eurofei naturally followed him in. Xiao, do you really want to see little sister Mengqi immediately? Eurofei softly asked as she hugged Ling Xiao from behind. She had followed Ling Xiao for many years, and Ling Xiao had already told her about Yun Mengqi, which was why she asked this question. Ling Xiao held her delicate jade arms and sighed. Yeah, I've been separated from her for 40 to 50 years. If it wasn't for my wrong decision back then, she wouldn't have lost contact with me. I've been looking for her all these years, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Sometimes I wonder if she's already, but no matter what, as long as there's a clue, I want to pursue it. I only hope that I can see her again this time. Decades of separation not only didn't make Ling Xiao forget that fairy-like figure, but instead turned that longing into a deep affection that he could never forget. Yun Mengqi had a place in his heart that no one else could replace. She was the first woman he had ever fallen in love with, the first woman he was willing to give up everything for. Eurofei gently rubbed Ling Xiao with her own body, giving him the most primitive comfort. Xiao, the heavens will not disappoint those who are willing. I believe that this time you will definitely find little sister Mengqi. Ling Xiao turned around and gently hugged Eurofei's full and delicate body, smelling her intoxicating fragrance. His heart was filled with satisfaction. What a considerate woman she was. Although Eurofei usually didn't speak much and was strong, her care for Ling Xiao had already surpassed her own. Ling Xiao emotionally said, Rofei, you're so good to me. After saying that, he kissed Eurofei's jade lips. First, he gently kissed her, and then his salty hands lightly caressed her back. Separated by the thin silk, he could completely feel the elasticity and smoothness of her full and delicate body. Eurofei gradually became a little emotional. She tightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and began to respond to Ling Xiao. Her delicate body slightly twisted, emitting waves of heat, as if she was hinting at something. Ling Xiao threw away all his worries. His hands landed on her round buttocks. That wonderful feeling ignited the primitive raging fire in his body. Eurofei's sensitive spot was touched. She let out a soft moan. This was simply the best fuse. Ling Xiao's movements became rough. His big hands ruthlessly tore her clothes. Hiss! A piercing sound of cloth tearing rang out. Her snow-white skin was exposed to the air, and it was extremely seductive. Ling Xiao's salty hands continuously roamed her delicate body, finally landing on the pair of tall and full jade peaks in front of her, forcefully kneading. Heh! This sound of lust lightly rippled, followed by the crisscrossing of the wind and rain. Chapter 1199. With a beauty in his arms, the beauty was as beautiful as jade. On a large bed, a delicate figure with sparkling skin was nestled against a strong bronze-colored body. The two of them were facing each other openly without any barrier. Fei's face was flushed red as she breathed in the scent of the man who was right in front of her. Ling Xiao was also lightly hugging the beauty, smelling her alluring fragrance and pinching her full and soft breasts. Everything was so wonderful and comfortable. "Thank you, Fei," Ling Xiao said gratefully to the woman in his arms. She was the one who made him relax, allowing him to calmly face the reality of what was about to happen. Regardless of whether he could find Yun Mengqi or not, his heart had become much more open. "What are you talking about? I am your wife. It is my duty to share your burdens," Fei said gently. "And after I find Mengqi, we will think of a way to return to the Shenling continent and bring the others to live in the heaven realm. At that time, we will find a place to hide from the world and no longer care about these conflicts." Ling Xiao replied softly. All of a sudden, he felt very tired. The days of fighting and killing all these years had made him feel a sense of weariness. He really missed the feeling of spending the days together with his family. "Do whatever you want. I will follow you anyway," Fei replied. "You said it yourself. I hope you don't regret it." Ling Xiao laughed lightly and buried his head in her full bosom and sucked to his heart's content. Fei couldn't resist Ling Xiao's teasing anymore and moaned softly. Her lower body once again flowed with crystal liquid. Before Ling Xiao could show his power again, Fei flipped over and rode on his body. Holding his golden dragon spear, she pointed it at the jade gate and sat down heavily. That warm and tight feeling almost made Ling Xiao cry out in pleasure. He lamented in his heart, I have been raped." 3 days after Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Lotus City, there was finally a response from the city lord's mansion. Xiao Jinsai's sister Lu Fangyi personally rushed out from the sect to meet Xiao Jinsai. After all, Xiao Jinsai is not only a member of the Xiao family, but also the wife of the leader of the Dragon Gate. With this identity, it was completely enough for the sect leader of the Lotus sect to come out and welcome him. It was just that Xiao Jinsai didn't want to make a big fuss and wanted to meet Lu Fangyi alone. Lu Fangyi was a beautiful middle-aged woman with the strength of a mid-level god king. There was a bewitching lotus flower on her forehead, representing her identity as a member of the Lotus sect. She was also an elder with some power in the Lotus sect. She and Xiao Jinsai were obviously very good friends. Having not seen each other for many years, the two of them were very happy to talk to each other. Ling Xiao was quite touched as he watched from the side. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He kept praying in his heart, "I hope Mengqi is really here." After an hour or two of chatting, Xiao Jinsai finally remembered the purpose of this trip. She pulled Ling Xiao in front of Lu Fangyi and introduced him. "This is my uncle Ling Xiao. He has a friend who might be in your Lotus sect, so he specially asked me to find you to find out if there really is someone he's looking for." Lu Fangyi had long since noticed Ling Xiao. She could see Ling Xiao's age and strength, and was truly shocked in her heart. Now that she heard Xiao Jinsai's introduction and found out that the other party was a member of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region, Kim people, she couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the ancient clan, to actually be able to nurture such a monster. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Ling Xiao greeted Lu Fangyi. Lu Fangyi had a straightforward personality. "No need to be so polite. Your sister-in-law and I are like sisters. You can just call me Sister Lu." After pausing for a moment, she asked, "May I know the name of the person you're looking for? When did she join my Lotus sect?" Ling Xiao immediately said, I'm not sure when exactly she joined your Lotus sect, about 30 or 40 years ago, but she came from the Xianling continent. After she went missing, I found some clues, and they said that she was taken away by your Lotus sect. Her name is Yun Mingqi, and she's about the same age as me. I think she must have some relationship with the people in your sect, but I don't know if she also joined your sect. I hope Sister Lu can help this little brother with this. This little brother will definitely thank you greatly. Lu Fangyi flashed a few traces of surprise. I know about the Xianling continent, but my sect doesn't have any connection with that place. Perhaps it's as you said. She might have been taken away by our people in the stronghold. As for whether it's true or not, I still need to investigate. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of members in our Lotus sect, and I can't possibly know all of them. Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Lu. He thought that with Yun Mengqi's cultivation, Tenbin should be somewhat famous in the Lotus sect, but judging from Lu Fangyi's reaction, she really didn't know about Yun Mengqi's existence. That's nothing. I'll send someone to investigate right now, and I'll inform you as soon as there's any news, Lu Fangyi replied. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, then asked, Sister Lu, what kind of attribute do you specialize in? Lu Fangyi looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by that. Ling Xiao knew that he was being a bit presumptuous, so he immediately explained, I have some divine pills here. I just want to know what kind of attribute Sister Lu has, so I can give them to you as a reward. There's no other meaning. Hee, I see. There's no need for that. I also have divine pills here. Besides, you're Jinsai's uncle, so there's no need to be so polite. Lu Fangyi declined tactfully. She didn't think that Ling Xiao could take out any good divine pills, and as an elder of the Lotus sect, she also had the right to have some ordinary healing divine pills, so she didn't care too much about Ling Xiao's divine pills. At this time, Xiao Jinsai saw that Lu Fangyi didn't care, so she immediately said with a smile, Fangyi, don't look down on this uncle of mine. He's the youngest divine medicine master in the history of our dragon sect. The divine pills that he can take out to give you are naturally not ordinary. If you don't need them, then it's your loss. Lu Fangyi suddenly opened her mouth slightly, and her expression was very astonished. She somewhat stuttered. He's a divine medicine master? No, that's impossible. I also thought so at first, but the truth is the truth. This can't be changed, Xiao Jinsai said with a smile. Lu Fangyi had no choice but to believe Xiao Jinsai's words. She revealed an extremely praising expression as she examined Ling Xiao and said, Tisk. Your dragon sect is really powerful, to actually have such a treasure. Then she said to Ling Xiao, why don't you join our Lotus sect? We have many beauties who can serve you. Lu Fangyi's words were naturally a joke. She didn't think that she could poach a dragon sect's divine medicine master with just this. In the end, Lu Fangyi said that she specialized in the water attribute, so Ling Xiao took out a divine king pill and gave it to her as a reward for this matter. Lu Fangyi was overjoyed to receive this divine king pill. Although she had taken a divine king pill before, and this one might not be of much use to her, she could exchange it with other elders, or give it to her own disciples in the future. After all, if she wanted to obtain a divine king pill, the value of contribution was not small. Ling Xiao still had to continue waiting for news. Meanwhile, Lu Fangyi and Xiao Jinsai reminisced about old times as they casually strolled around Lotus City. A few days later, someone finally sent news to Lu Fangyi. When Ling Xiao heard this news, his entire face collapsed. There was actually no woman called Yun Mingqi in the Lotus sect. This was very hard for Ling Xiao to accept. Back then, he had heard from Yin He that Yun Mingqi was taken away by a woman with a lotus mark on her forehead. And he had also seen the lotus mark on Lu Fangyi's forehead. It was similar to Yin He's description, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Could it be that Mengqi really isn't here anymore? Ling Xiao tugged at his hair and asked softly. After so many years of searching, this was the result he got. This made him incomparably confused. He had originally thought that he could get over it, but when he faced it, it was still so painful. Ling Xiao really wanted to cry, but unfortunately, The state of mind he had cultivated for so many years prevented him from shedding a single tear. He said something to Eurofei, Shen Yuyi, and the others, then went to another tavern to drink alone. He really wanted to completely let go of everything and get drunk. Because he had completely lost all traces of Yun Mingqi, he didn't know where to go to find her whereabouts. In the vast sea of people, wanting to find a person was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Ling Xiao drank jug after jug of wine. He sorrowfully said to himself, "Mengqi, I've let you down. Where are you? Could it be that you haven't tried to find me all these years?" It turned out that he had been drinking in big bowls. But in the end, he had directly poured the wine into the jug. That spicy taste stimulated his pain even more. "Brother, it seems that you are also a person trapped by love. How about we have a drink together?" A man in white who looked somewhat weak sat next to Ling Xiao and said, looking at the distress on his handsome face, it was obvious that he was also quite depressed. "Brothers from all corners of the world, drink. Let's drink together." Ling Xiao completely indulged himself and didn't use his divine power to dissolve the wine, but his mood was very bad. Could be said that if the wine didn't drink, the person was already drunk. What a good brothers from all corners of the world. Just based on these words, I should give you a big bowl of wine. The man in white responded and filled a bowl of wine for himself. He lightly clinked it against Ling Xiao's jug and drank it. Ling Xiao seemed unwilling to fall behind and raised the jug and drank a few more mouthfuls. The wine had already completely drenched his clothes. "Brother, you are a handsome man. I really don't know which girl tortured you like this." The man in white looked at the extraordinarily handsome Ling Xiao and sighed. "Brother, you are also not bad. Which young miss hurt you?" Ling Xiao replied in a daze. "Sigh. I'm not afraid of brother laughing at me, but this is completely a one-sided love. I have never even spoken to her. She is like the king of that pure snow lotus, making people unable to help but blaspheme, making people feel ashamed of themselves," the man in white said with a look of infatuation. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.